the Copenhagen COP was one of our first activities, and we have attended every SB and COP since then. We are especially excited about today because of this open space methodology that's going to be tried for the first time. This is a way for groups of people to share knowledge, make plans, evaluate. It's a methodology that can be used in any situation when you want people to come together and do collective thinking. This today, it's going to be used to advance the exploration of some key themes within the capacity building hub. So we're really excited to be here with that. If I could have the first slide, please. Thanks, Eva. So there are some, just waiting for that to change for you. There we are. So I want to talk just a little bit about open space learning. First of all, it is participatory. You talk together rather than a series of talking heads who talk at you, which is a very common way to exchange information here, especially at the COP. And it's not an ineffective way, but it's only one of many modalities for sharing information. And if we care about capacity building, we want to be exploring all the different modalities. So that's why today is a fun innovation. As I said, it can serve as a way to exchange information, a kind of a think tank. And you can get feedback on your work more easily and more directly than if you're just giving a presentation and only having one or two questions. It draws on the knowledge of everybody, so it's an inclusive process, and it's emergent. And this is the part that I want you to be thinking about, because in addition to the partners who have been identified and advertised as part of the session, this morning being Belfast, Telegraph, and Clear Environmental, there is also a possibility that there might be something that you would like to lead a small session on. And now, the two partners that I just named will be at the back of the room and the side of the room. We're going to have two concurrent sessions. But at the same time, you may want to announce that there is something that you want to discuss. And if so, then you will go to one of the beautiful white tables we have here in the hub, and other people who are interested in talking to your topic will come. So if I could have the next slide, please. Thanks. So there are some principles with open space. This way of doing things has been around for about 30 years. And I'll tell you something, it was based on conferences where people noted that the best thing that happened in a conference was the coffee breaks, because that was the time that everybody talked about exactly what they wanted to talk about with exactly who they wanted to talk to. So this is an idea that uses that principle. Somebody said, well, how can we make gatherings of people, formal, like this one, more like the coffee break? So that's what we're trying to do. And so you're going to be, in a pure open space model, there are no designated partners to start off. It's just whatever comes from the floor. And I'd highly recommend you try it sometime if you haven't already. But in this, we're doing an adapted, because we've got two partners that the PCCB did a lot of careful thinking, and they thought these are projects that we really want to share. So we have two of those, but there could be, at the same time, something that you are thinking that you would like to have a small group to discuss. So when those groups are formed, and a little bit more on that when we get into that part of the program, we've got some rules. Or principles more. Whoever participates are the right people. So don't be thinking, oh, if only so-and-so was here, we could have a good conversation. You need to trust that whoever has arrived will be able to have an important conversation. Whenever the discussion begins is the right time. Well, we're going to be telling you when it begins, but the point is, when it's over, the next point, it's over. So if you've finished your conversation, you don't need to stay there, because you can go and join some other group. And then finally, whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. Meaning, what happens, it's a deep act of acceptance and trust that when people come together and share ideas, great things can happen. And then there's a final principle that we call the motive to move. If you are no longer learning something or engaging, rather than just sitting on your laptop and typing away or catching up on your Facebook, just move away from the group. Decide, do I really want to sit by myself and just engage with all the things that are going on here through my device or even by going? Or do I want to go and listen to something else? Because the idea is that when we make these groups, all people are engaged. So, with that, are there any questions about open space before we get started with our first block? Seeing no questions. I just am curious, have any of you engaged in an open space process before? Just have a show of hands, nice and high. So 2 people, okay. So this will be new for the rest of you. Okay, so with that said, let's move on to starting with our first block. Is Roz here? I just want to check. You are here, good, that's fine. I just want to check. If you want to both come up and then you'll be ready to speak. Okay, so Roz and Chris from our 2 partner organizations. So we're going to hear from the 2 partners who've been chosen. Until now, we'd only met over Zoom. Lovely to meet with you, Roz. And, Reedy, do you want to? In the middle, please. Request from Reedy. Thanks very much. So as you're listening to them, you can be deciding, I'd like to go to one of those sessions because they're going to be concurrent, or I'm thinking of something else that I think is a real fit with our first theme, which is people and media. So if there's something on that theme that you have an idea or a best practice or an identification of a gap, and it's something that you're passionate about and willing to anchor a 1-hour conversation on, you don't have to have a presentation, but that you'll commit to being at that table. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to identify yourself and come up to the front and say what that is. So you can be thinking about that as you listen to our first speakers. So I'm first going to call on Chris with Clear Environmental to outline your session. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you so much. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here on a Saturday morning. My name is Chris Cameron, and I'm with Clear Environmental. I'm a scientist and learning designer. And a little bit about Clear Environmental. We work in community-based partnerships focused on facilitating justice-centered climate action learning. And so I brought a few colleagues with me today. And the first speaker is Desmond Alunoa, who's from Ghana. And his project is so inspiring and incredible. It's a period poverty project. And he's working to destigmatize periods or menstruation in a village in Ghana. And is increasing the economy. It's incredible. So he will be speaking first, and then my other colleague, Kathy Eatock, who is the co-chair of the Indigenous Peoples Organization of Australia, will be joining She is currently at the Indigenous Peoples meeting with the COP presidency, but she is coming with 2 members of her delegation, Celestine from Nigeria and Eufemia from the Philippines. And our third speaker is Daniel Santi Gualinga from the Quechua Nation in Ecuador, who is coming with a Spanish language translator as well. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris, covering off the people side of our theme this morning. And Roz, if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Rosalind. I'm from Ireland and I'm a columnist at the Belfast Telegraph. And what I'm going to be leading on today is basically the nexus between media and climate communications, looking at the responsibility of the media to further report on climate breakdown, looking at where the gaps are in this, what kind of stories people want to see emerge, and how we can really try and promote accurate, fact-based, science, evidence-backed media while not like scaremongering people with headlines, kind of looking a bit at the film Don't Look Up, if people have seen that. But then the second strand of the session is going to be looking as well at the need for more climate activists to be media trained, because a lot of the time, and you'll have seen at the conference, for example, climate activists are like thrown in front of a camera or asked to go on radio really last minute, and while they're really able to communicate effectively, sometimes it's good to just have like more skills development and more capacity building, because sometimes radio can be a bit like a boxing match and you're sort of thrown into a situation and sometimes people try and put you in awkward corners. So we're going to be looking about how climate activists can maybe better communicate about the climate and also the campaigns that they're working on, and Chris from Uganda is going to be leading on that, and he's working with displaced communities on the front lines. Sorry. And then we're also going to be looking a bit about what kind of stories people want to see, where they feel the gaps are, and how to make the media more accessible, maybe looking at some media coverage that's come out of COP as well, and just the responsibility and the opportunity there.
Thank you, Roz. Both sound like really fascinating sessions. Now I'm going to look to the audience and ask, is there anybody who has a session that they would like to propose for discussion, for which they are willing to anchor, meaning just be at the table and speak with people and provide a little report out at the end? Are there any such topics that anyone is eager to add to our agenda for this morning? Just looking, I don't see any hands. No. Okay, so we have 2 really fascinating subjects. This is going to require some muscle power now, because we are going to move the seats in this corner and that corner in order to make a nice little circle of chairs around the 2 flip charts. And up at the front is where we're going to hear on the people side of our theme, the project presented by Chris, or the projects presented by Chris. And at the back, by the capacity building hub, is the second flip chart. And there, Rosalind and Belfast Telegraph are going to talk about that intersection between climate change and media. So if everybody could stand up and maybe put your materials you're covering just to the side for a moment and be part of the moving of the chairs into these 2 areas. And for people watching online, this will be the end of the broadcast part of this, and we will be back at the end of the hour, so in an hour from now, so at about 20 minutes after 11 in Sharm el-Sheikh time, we will return and have a report out from these groups. Thank you all.
Yeah. I saw that you've also been like plagued by mosquitoes.
Oh my, I am so glad to see somebody else in this situation.
I actually I don't know, I think I've been so like bound up with all the logistics of organising this whole, not this thing, but like just like visa, like everything about like COP, that I kind of forgot it was in Egypt and there were like things to consider beyond that, and then I just arrived and didn't even think.
Yeah.
Oh. You want to move?
Do you want to use
politics.
that so that people down there can hear you, maybe?
Okay.
Just in case, because it might be quite hard to hear.
I understand what he's saying about advocacy when they want to sideline you with a politician. But what I do in Antigua, I connect the dots. If I think a project is going to have the bad impacts on the people and on the community, I link that decision with what's going to happen. If you're giving an investor our lands, and when you destroy the mangroves, it's going to impact livelihoods, weaken our resilience to storms. I show the whole story. So they can't see it as political. I am doing it for the survival of the people and the environment. I always link it. If it's chemicals, I am showing it's going to end up in cancers and what. And so we have to now work in holistic approaches, and you build the coalitions with churches, with everybody, so they can't come at you. You're doing this advocate to save the country, to save the people. And I don't like to get my name mixed up in politics. When people hear me on the radio, they believe in me. And you get a lot of feedback after the interview or the radio program. Powerful, they understand it. It's not politics, it's our survival. Especially me from a small country, when you make a bad decision, it can't be solved. You can't go bring, these concrete stuff to stop the waters from coming into the country. When you make a mistake, money cannot bring a solution. So we have to, as CSOs, to be like the early warning systems. We have to sound the alarm. It's very important. We cannot sit down and see wrong being done. You have to open your mouth. It's very important.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And for those of you who just joined, we're just talking about the role of the media in communicating climate breakdown. And I know that we talked about this before, Chris, in the sense that sometimes when the media depict climate activists, it's always people who are protesting, which is obviously really important. But there's a lot of people like you who do incredible work, and it isn't necessarily shown in the media because it's not in the activism space. So I don't know if you had any opinions on the depiction of young people in the media in like climate policy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rosalind. Thank you, everyone, for coming and for having this very important conversation. So one of the things that needs to be addressed from a media perspective is how youths are portrayed. Whenever you have a meeting and it's termed youth or youth-led, there's a certain expectation that people see or expect based on the depiction in the media. It's mostly activism. But then there's a number of youths out there that are doing phenomenal stuff, leading change, transforming things, and doing their best to change, for instance, even the sort of, they're held back by the existing regulation, they're pushing the limits on innovation, and they're doing quite a lot of good stuff. I'll give some examples in my mind. One is a gentleman by the name Josh, who is going into oil and gas hubs, looking for pipelines that have been disused, no longer in use, and just kept on the ground, potentially going to corrode if never used for anything, and is putting compressed air into those pipelines and using them for storage. So when you have renewable energy, they are very variable and intermittent, but then you need storage, some form of storage, to make them compact and dispatchable so you can have power all the time, right, from a renewable source. And that's what he's doing, going around doing that. We have people who are doing a lot of work in sustainable urbanization, like my colleagues here, that were working in the Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization team. We have another example is a gentleman by the name Angelos, who has installed more than 320 megawatts of battery storage. To put that in context, that's like 20% of all the battery storage that you've got in the UK. And we don't hear those kinds of stories, but if there's something that is about, youth activism, we gather people together and then we push for a louder voice, it seems to make the news very easily. Now, the point I'm trying to make is, and that's one of the things we talked about when we were thinking about this discussion, is youth activism is important, very important. It's very necessary for us to have the loudest voice in the room whenever a conversation is going on as far as climate action, because we will be disproportionately affected as youth, right? It's very important our voices are heard, but more importantly, it's also important that we're portrayed as part of the solution. Driving, it's not just, having a call to action, but actually having a plan of practical action where you are driving change and leading that change as well. So, yeah, thanks.
I think this would be a good segue maybe to hear about Desmond's work. He is a youth activist, and if you could speak more about your period poverty project.
Okay, so we have this project in Ghana that we are working with communities. It's called the Water for Adaptation and Period Link. So basically, it's providing water for arid communities, both for domestic use and also for agricultural use, and also equipping women-led businesses to sort of increase their financial capital in order to support girl-child education, because we've had so many statistics continuously for several years from that part of the country where education was so down. The illiteracy rate is kept growing. And one of the key things was that for girls especially, they couldn't go to school when they are menstruating because they have to manage it at home. You didn't have the ability to afford the menstrual pads that are out there in the market. And then the second thing is the taboos and the norms that are there. You couldn't talk about it anywhere. You couldn't even talk about when girls are growing up, even for their mothers to talk to them about all these things even before their first experience was almost impossible. And so we thought that we need to break this barrier. We need to make it flexible for information flow, because it was also affecting health as well, because some of them either they get pregnant so early because they didn't have the experience, they didn't know what to do with their bodies as their bodies are changing, or they just get contaminated because they also do not understand how to handle themselves. So we started by educating them and building capacities. And then as time went on, we started including the men as well, because they sort of are the people who are driving, or who are the main people who speak in these kind of communities. And then with time, we realized that if we do not make a business out of this, if we do not make sure that people see this as a business opportunity, we wouldn't get attention of people, because they wake up every day and they have to fend for their lives. They have to try to make ends meet. So we started supporting women businesses that were already there. Some are craft women. They are making different kind of craft. One is the one I'm wearing right now. Some are also making different kinds of cosmetic products, and some are also making different kind of products that are coming from fruits or trees. So we put all this into cooperatives, give them financial literacy training, register them with certain banks that are able to support them, but also more importantly, because they are now in different in gatherings or in the same room most of the time, it becomes very easy to educate. It becomes very easy to talk about these things, and we produced a toolkit for menstrual hygiene education. And we trained a lot of these mothers, and also now some of the ambassadors who are actually doing the trainings are also men. So we train them to deliver their own education based on the language, based on culture, based on what they are used to, because we felt that that would be more easier for understanding purposes. So now we are working with 9 schools, and all these 9 schools are schools, they are basic school, not only the primary, but junior high schools and high schools as well. And the women businesses are doing quite well. We've provided water for 7 of the communities. Now they are able to, some of the water is just for their normal boreholes because we couldn't do the mechanized for them to be able to do the agriculture, but they used to walk several miles to fetch water. And it is women who carry water on their head. And they had this whole thing called water wives. People get married multiple times because they need stronger, younger women or younger girls who have the strength to be able to go that distance and carry water. And so at this particular moment as we are speaking, if there is any of that still existing, it will be very, very minimal because we've been able to break this and we've been able to bring water closer to the communities, but most importantly, the businesses. And now we established a facility for producing sanitary pads right in the community. And we've trained 7 women, bought them some machines, and now they are trying to innovate using most of the local products, because without their access to commercial sanitary pads, they were already using certain local materials and folding them in certain ways because they have been practicing this for long as sanitary pads for themselves. So now we just give them the opportunity by constructing the facility, installing some machinery for them to produce these things for themselves, but also we facilitate the sales of stuff like that. Thank you.
Just a small opportunity for collaboration is that through my school, I'm in a class. I study policy at Harvard, but I'm taking a class at MIT, and they're investing right now in Kenya on a local coalition of women and girls and men and boys who are helping to create sanitary pads to meet the needs of local girls so that they can stay in school. And I feel like there's just opportunity for us to share resources. So I don't know. I'm grateful for forums like this because it's such a shared issue in so many places, but helping people create their own solutions so that it can be sustainable and help them understand the knowledge so that they see the value of those solutions and they want to build them is like exactly what I think is powerful. So we could share contact info.
I just wanted to comment on what both you said. So I'm in graduate school now, but I used to work for USAID, and when we would have conversations about like what we wanted to fund, we always wanted to be looking for like locally led initiatives. But there really is like a messaging issue of how far away funders are from what's going on in the ground. So if media is not covering the solutions like you're saying, then like how do the people in power find out about them and invest in them is a real problem, even when from the inside like there's an effort to do it. It's just so far removed. There's procurement policies that make it hard, all these like silly structural issues that I really wanted to like lift up and highlight what you were saying, that if it's easier for the people in power to see a solution happening, it's easier for them to invest in it.
So I'll just quickly touch on that again. So we had a very intense conversation a couple of nights back, just across the room. And the conversation was about how youths are not really being incorporated into a lot of the available funds. It was on climate finance, so we had members of the GCF leadership, we had the Africa Development Bank and a number of others. And the first question that was asked in the room was, when we look at the funds that are available today, just to touch on your point, how many of those funds are directed at youth? For crying out loud, for instance, in the Commonwealth, today, 60% of the population are under 30. And depending on who you ask, 2025 or 2030, we're going to have 70 to 75% of the workforce as millennials or under like the age. So why are we not having the conversation? Why are we not involved in the finance allocation? Why are we not part of the governance? We are the primary and most important stakeholder in the whole conversation. And it just goes back to the point you made. If people don't know, then they see a high risk in anything that you're doing because they don't know that you are able to do those things, right? So thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to that, there is a perception that young people are not experienced, or that they are creative but not experienced in the process, and that's a challenge because, like Chris has just said, we have engineers, I'm a planner, we have local government mayors amongst us within the Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization, we have architects among us, and we have university professors, head of departments among us who are young people under the age of 30, 35. So it's showcasing what they're doing and their achievements, really, that's very important, so that it's not just about, yes, it's not just about the CSO, but there are young people in CSO and there are young people in established professions who are being innovative outside of the demands of the 9 to 5 or their main contract.
Just to also add on to the conversation, I also think that the young people should be able to tell their story. It's being told, but it has to be enhanced. There should be a very good platform. I don't know, but we are trying to tell it here. Others are being told in next doors out there, but there should be, a thought-out, created platform that professionals, young chaps doing great things in the interest of climate action, advocacy issues has to be told, just like we are hearing. So I think that these stories has to be told and has to be enhanced through media, global media, national media, local media, and this is the only way that our preparation towards 2030, 2050, and beyond can be shaped, and we can really have that leap jump towards some of these net zero programs we are trying to achieve and all these just issues that goes with it. So I think that it has to be told and told well. Thank you.
I actually just wanted to, since I believe there's a lot of diversity in this group, and I love diversity, I just wanted to bring the conversation into whether any of you can bring some advice as to, number one, of course we are here because we recognize that media has a lot of power, right? But we are also saying that, number one, when we work in the Commonwealth, we have a network that are called the Commonwealth Correspondents, and they are budding journalists, but at the same time, they seem to be in a silo. So they like to write a lot of things, and then I'll ask them at the end of the day, what is your call to action? That is a missed opportunity when you write so well, but then people are now aware of the problem, but then they don't have a way out as to where can I contribute? How can I do more? And I think number one is, how can we ensure, or do you already think that in the media industry or any journalists or reporters, that they know the power that they have in every article that they put out, that it has to not be an end, but the means to an end, and the end has to be a call to an action. That's one. The other thing is, I wanted to ask, how can the whole thing about being a reporter be more decentralized in terms of power? Because what we want is, we want young people to be empowered and say, you don't need to be a reporter to write something or to perform a role as a reporter or to share knowledge or to give power, to bring call to action to other people. But how can we then, provide the right advice in terms of how do you write? What kind of language do you use? How concise can you be? How can you be more storytelling? We always tell people, you need to tell your story. But when I try to do it myself and I say, my mentors say, tell your story better. Do I actually know how to tell a story better? I don't think so. Like, sometimes I record myself and I don't even get what is the real message that I want in 30 seconds. Can you do that? I don't think many young people can do that. So I'm just thinking, how can we close that gap? How can we really tell young people that you don't need to be accredited as a young climate reporter to do a role or to have the impact of a young climate reporter? How can we have more young people perform that role so that activists can be a reporter can have more technical knowledge to be, to know what they're saying and to bring the right people, direct every action. We all know that young people have a lot of energy. Are they directing the energy in the right direction? We really need a lot more players in the ground to help this whole directedness so that there will be a better, more united global movement of young people. Yeah.
I had my brother from Ghana say something, and I felt maybe I could share the work we're doing with IDPs. And we are having a holistic approach. Whenever people are talking about climate action being, or net zero 2050, something like that, it feels like climate crisis is something that is going to happen in 2040 or something. But we're already having people who are very much affected. And we're working with one of them in Western Uganda, the people that were displaced by floods and landslides. And we have developed a holistic approach that mainly look at their challenges and developing community solutions to help them adapt and build a resilient, community. And one of them is empowerment, that has something to do with fighting poverty, but with solutions that will that are from the problems that are being faced within the camp. And one of them is, sanitary pads. Girls and women of reproductive age did not have sanitary pads, and they cannot afford the cost of disposable ones. So we were like, how can we do this? And when we were doing a needs analysis, we asked them whether it could be easy for them, or they could welcome the idea that we can make the sanitary pads from the camp. And they were welcoming, and now we are training them to do sanitary pads. We first had to train them how to do tailoring and sewing. That's the course they are doing. And we're planning to, bring in experts to see how they can teach them. We hope that if we can get resources, we can be able to do the sanitary pads that can be supplied in the camp, but also this camp be a powerhouse, because as much as they are affected, but also there are some out there in the communities who cannot afford the cost of pads, like even if they are not displaced. So we feel like that could be an opportunity for them to get money, but also solve their problems. And then the other thing is, you all know when you came here, you first had a shower, but these people couldn't afford cost of soap. And we are doing soap making in the camp. And we are happy to see that now people can get soap to use for home use. And that really takes me back to what everyone here was saying. I think climate action is a broad thing that we do not see. And we want to see things of science, maybe decarbonizing. But you know that this is a life thing, like a life thing. Everything, like you think about how these people are affected. I'm working. We're also having a mental health, awareness in this camp. It is mind blowing how these people are living. They have a lot of mental health challenges. I was interviewing some people, and they wish they could die because they can't afford seeing their children go to sleep without food, or having 1 meal in a day. But do we understand how the complex of climate crisis is that relatable to every aspect of life? So I think, like he said, we need to go back to the grounds, see how can we work with our people, because we have the solutions. It's not like we are making noise only, but we also have the solutions that need to be supported. We don't need like a lot of technology, it's just support. It's what we're asking for. So I think, like he said, we need to be included at all levels. And I believe that can solve almost our problems and world problems. So yeah, thank you.
Just to follow up on you, we, the people, have to respect us so that when they come with their little ideas, we take action. People reach me in church, after church, people come to me in the parking lot. They have ideas, but when they go to the governments and their ideas are not accepted, they're rejected. Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. So when we meet these people with their burning ideas, let's listen to them and come up with some kind of solution. Many times I have to say, I can only help you if you're in a legally registered group. And eventually they come together and form a group, and I help them through the intellectual property process to get legally registered, get an account open, help them go through funding proposals. We have to make ourselves accessible to these people. And once we build that trust, man, your name gonna be all over. The politicians gonna be running to you. Because the people are gonna call your name. You're who helped them. And so when you're doing the advocacy, the people trust you. Trust is very important with these local people. You value their ideas. And what I've been doing, like just before I came here, we have a British High Commissioner in Antigua. I said, would you like to come and see a local community group in action? They had made a lot of products with wood waste. And she came. I didn't know she was going to come, but she came. And 2 senators always say, anytime you're going to the communities, invite us, we'll come. So when the groups are all these people come in, it makes them feel important, and it encourages them to continue, because their work is voluntary. They don't have paid staff. But I make myself available to go to their meetings, and I document. I document their case studies. That's the evidence. And I ask the government, please put this in the reporting process to whatever convention. But we have to be there for the people. We have to represent them. Thank you. Come on, Deb.
Hi, I'm jumping in late, so I apologize for being here late. I'm Dr. Deb Morrison with Clear Environmental, and there was a comment over there that I thought I would build on around media, and like when you, what advice do you have around like thinking about the use of media, and to Ruth's point too about like case studies, right? So one of the things that we need to think about when we're thinking about sharing our stories, when we're thinking about media, is who is our audience? And our audience is not always them, like the general public. And I actually encourage you not to do that. I encourage you to think very specifically who has the power to shift the world in the way that you want it shift. So, for instance, maybe the audience for a particular media piece is 3 politicians that you need to get to, right? And so you write it for all of their constituents that are going to nag them, right? And then you walk it around, like that media piece, you walk it into the community, into that network, and you know, hashtag Twitter that puppy onto their like social media feed so they see it. And it's incredible what you can get done when you do that. You kind of just surround the politicians with not only yours, but their constituents' concerns about the particular issue. So that's particularly helpful. And then to the case study component that you were just talking about, case studies are a really interesting issue. I used to think that people just didn't want to do stuff, right? Like people in decision-making situations just didn't want to do stuff. Now as a locally elected official and like deeply inside bureaucracy and inside government and inside international work in many different ways, I realized that many of them just lack vision. So what they need is they need vision of like, and they need connections, because you know the connections that we build with efforts like this, people who live only in circles of power are disconnected from those relationships. And so we need to build networks of networks and connections and relationships in ways that help us. And case studies are a really good method because they can help somebody initially see something and learn something they didn't know. And then they can hopefully connect them to a person who wrote that case study to draw them into community and to just show up and be present in community. So I think that's going to be like super, super helpful. Anyway, thank you.
I'm wondering, just to build off of this conversation, can people share their work? We're talking about hearing stories and learning from each other, and I don't have everyone's like names and organizations, and I want to go learn more about what you're doing. If there's an easy way to pass the mic and just say, or write it down.
Hi. So my name is Jenna Freeman, and I live in Canada, in Calgary. And as I mentioned, I am a former journalist turned communications advisor for a project here that's funded by the Government of Canada, and its aim is to support sub-Saharan Africa with short-term technical assistance. So we're here to build awareness of our project and hopefully reach out to organizations, governments, academia within sub-Saharan Africa to generate requests for support. So that's how I come to be here.
I don't know if my work's the best one to share because it's complicated. Yeah, so Deb Morrison, and I'm with Clear Environmental. And we're also one of the co-sponsors on the Climate Justice Pavilion here. Just because I'm sitting in the Capacity Hub, I'm also the COP27 Action for Climate Empowerment Specialist for the Capacity Hub. So.
Good, Spencer. I am from Antigua and Barbuda. That's a small Caribbean island. And my background, I have a master's in development economics from Yale, and that opens a lot of doors for me. But one thing I've done, all these groups that I've helped to form, I get them accredited to the different conventions. So who's doing chemicals and waste, when there's an international meeting they can attend, biodiversity, climate change. We just got membership in IPEN. But what happens when you go and open your mouth in these meetings and share? Somebody comes to you, somebody connects with you, and it starts a new relationship. So a lot of these things I didn't hear about, I built a relationship and it opened doors. So advocacy opened those mouths that we have.
Nice, nice. My name is Rosalind. I'm from Ireland, and I write for the Belfast Telegraph.
I'm Chris Cameron, and I work for Clear Environmental. And another project I just kind of wanted to talk about because I have some interest in what people think. But I'm working in New Orleans, and I'm working with 5 states around the Gulf of Mexico. And we're training high school students to act as, I guess, young climate reporters to go into their communities and interview members of the community-based organizations and leaders there to find out about the projects that are going on. And I think that right now they're using digital storytelling, so they're creating a web space, and they're maybe making documentaries, making podcasts. They're going to create blogs. But I would really like to lift that platform and make sure that they are being seen by media, and how to connect like these digital web spaces or these projects to a media source that can really help show the story. I know that I also just interrupted this like sharing of people, but we can keep going, and maybe if someone wants to come talk to me at the end, I'll be around. But thanks.
Hi, my name is Desmond. I am co-founder for Green Africa Youth Organization, based in Ghana, but also in Uganda and Kenya. We work on 3 pillars. Circular economy, where we support cities to transition their waste management strategies and practice zero waste. And then disaster risk reduction, where we support in the creation of awareness and building capacity for communities to handle disasters. And then the third is the climate change, where we have the Water for Adaptation project that I talked about earlier. And we also host the Youth Climate Council in Ghana, which is like a governance body supporting government with policies as far as youth voices is concerned.
Hi, I'm Hillary. I'm currently a graduate student at Princeton University, but I used to work at the U.S. Agency for International Development and the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Hi, my name is Chris Chukwunta. I'm the Vice President at the International Renewable Energy Systems, Inc. and I am a member of the Commonwealth Engineers Council Board, Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Organization Steering Committee, the lead for the Commonwealth Sustainable Energy Transition Youth Group, and also the lead for the World Federation of Engineering Organizations Young Engineers and Future Leaders Climate Action Working Group.
Hi, I'm Michaela Chan. I'm from the UK. I'm a civil engineer working in the water sector for Arcadis. I'm in Chris's extremely long-named working group, which I'm not going to repeat. I'm also a UK youth delegate to the G20 this year.
Hi everyone, I'm Eileen. I'm working for the Commonwealth Secretariat. I'm a Singaporean based in London. And I work on economic, youth, and social policy. My background is in business, but now in sustainable development. My role is really to bring amazing young people like these to set up different youth networks to connect young professionals and to really close the policy civil society divide.
Hi everyone, my name is Will Steele. I'm a principal planning consultant for Atkins, and I just got promoted before I came out, so I keep rubbing it in that I sound like some sort of school teacher now, but yeah. So I'm also part of the Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanisation steering group, so looking to engage with youth and promote sustainable urbanisation and a cross-sector approach to that.
Hi, I'm Cecilia Timberg. I'm a Colorado College student and also a reporter for the Denver Gazette. And I'm here in this space asking questions about whether journalism can be a call to action and a space for hope and a space for storytelling. So this has been really cool to listen to.
Hi everyone, I'm Olafin Taiwo, and I'm the chair for the Commonwealth Association of Planners, the Young Planners Network, and the co-chair for the UN Habitat Planners for Climate Action. I'm also a steering committee member for the Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization, and the co-founder of an international charity that works with children and women, particularly children in single families abroad.
I'm Christine Peringer. I'm the facilitator of the day. I'm with Mediators Beyond Borders International.
Hi everyone. My name is Mutetele Numuka Kalama, and I come from Zambia. I'm a co-founder of a youth-led organization called Agents of Change Foundation. We use media as a tool for advocacy, so we train young people who we call youth reporters. Once trained, they start advocating for climate change in different spheres of the media, like TV, radio, print media, and podcasting. And our concentration is so much on amplifying voices of girls, and most of our programming is 70% girl inclusion, because we want their voices to be heard and their voices to be amplified even in this space. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Richard Kachungu. I'm also from Zambia. I'm a co-founder of an organization called Young Emerging Farmers Initiative. So we work with farmers from between 15 to 35, just helping them engage in the agriculture sector and helping improve their livelihood. And I think this discussion was interesting, because in our work we also understand how media plays a role in amplifying the voices of young people, especially in advocacy in the food system, but as well as ensuring that we're able to reach out to other communities via other platforms like social media and so forth. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, so my name is Emily Litzis. I am a grad student in policy and business studies between Harvard and Dartmouth, and in the US. And I work on refugee resettlement, and so trying to integrate more of climate understanding into that. And I put my email here. I'd love to stay in touch with everyone here. I'm really trying to immerse myself in this field. So please share your work, share your knowledge, and I will learn more and try to amplify it. Oh, you haven't gone.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Crispas Mwimaho. I am a co-founder of a youth-led organization called Abayut Climate Action Network. And we are offering climate education in communities, and also we work with IDPs, helping them to adapt and become resilient through livelihood projects. I'm a professional medical clinician, and I'm a Ugandan ambassador at Healthy and Environmentally Friendly Youth, which is an international campaign. And yeah, glad to be here. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pass the mic back over.
Great. So I think that was helpful. Are there any closing remarks or kind of like general themes you want to talk about? Yeah. Does anyone have any closing remarks or ideas that they want to give to the space?
Yeah, thanks. Just a thought on storytelling and the importance of storytelling, especially as we're thinking about media coverage. We're speaking to a very high-profile figure yesterday afternoon in politics who's talking about the need for effective storytelling to combat climate change and for young people to get their stories across. So good storytelling is having big impact. And just to emphasise the importance which we'd like to attach to that. So effective storytelling with the right language, isn't it? And using things which generate a reaction and generate impact. It seems that across the disciplines and the built environment, it's never been more important, I would say.
Okay, well, thank you. Do you want to? Yeah.
Kind of building on that last comment, I think one of the things that we've seen in some of the networks we've been building is that when we have to think about the adrenaline rush that goes when we have stories that are focused on crisis or stories that are focused on problem definition and I think we're seeing more of the stories that are also like action, to your point, following up with or somebody's point over there, action steps at the end. And so possibly counter to general media, rhetoric right now, I tend to go for the long, slow relationship building storytelling move where we tell our stories, we're in relation, we tell them again, we share them again, we evolve them, we deepen them. And one of the reasons that can be really beneficial is then, like when we're sharing our stories, we start to see each other and understand that I'm not here to help you, I'm in this with you. And that the work that you're doing and the knowledges that you have are critical to the context that you are working in, and that I have capacity and supports in other ways that I need to share because I'm privileged and I have all this resources at my fingertips, right? And so trying to figure out how is it that we tell our stories with those visceral connections that we need, those emotional, soulful, heartfelt. And there's a saying in French, savoir, et savoir-faire. So in one sense, in another sense, and you know how to do it. And so really trying to make sure that we're telling our stories with all those components so that we're engaging people and motivating for mobilization. Because although the youth movement, I must say, has mobilized people in an important way, but one of the things, so an example of how to use this in networks, Climb Time Network in Washington State, it's a teacher education network for climate science education. We took, in one of the network meetings, we had all of the adults in the room search media for youth stories coming out of their own communities. And then they had to share and talk about those youth stories. And then they had to think about what are they doing to meet the needs of those youth, because that's who they serve. And so using the media objects in important ways across networks is going to be critical. So I think one of the steps in any work that you're doing in media is to partner with those who may use and implement that type of media.
Thank you so much. Are there any other closing remarks or ideas that anyone have?
Thank you. My closing remarks would be, I think this goes to all spheres of life and all institutions of like institutions. I think it's high time we work on the needs of the people. Let us work on the demands of the people, what they want, whether it is media, politics, religion, by the way, everything. It would be better if we work on demands of the people. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I want to actually reiterate what Ruth was speaking about, and that's the trust. And I think having trust in media is such a big thing, creating the partnerships in community, it's built on trust. So when you work in community and you work in relationality, they trust you to share the story. And I think that is something that is so valuable, because you can't really, break that. That's the thing that's getting the message out. Is that the end? Thank you for coming.
So thank you all. So we will be reconvening at 1 o'clock. If you are interested, sustainable cities is the focus at that time. Look forward to seeing you. Well, the audience has been watching.
Yeah, but only towards the end though. Unless anyone wants to do a report back or, take those to the audience.
Do you guys?
Thank you. I'll tell them to. Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go back up.
Yeah, we can. Let me have the other one. Maybe it's better standing up.
Somebody passed this to me. This is the name and contact information for everybody in this group. And they said, can the PCB help us stay in touch?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
there we go. And we can cross this with our attendance.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yeah.
We should do that right now.
It's ready. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Because everyone's still talking.
To the friends, 'cause- yeah. Yeah, and I was counting them. I've got little tallies of how many were there. 18 was the peak at 11:15, but we still had 17 at 11:30, and we finished at 11. So and nobody left after that.
How did you find it?
I thought it was good. I mean, it was, it's hard always in those discussions to keep people like on one thing. I felt there was like a lot of jumping around, but that's just like indicative of diversity of thought, right? Like, it's nice in some ways, but yeah, it's not, like it's nice to have that like informal structure, because I guess people feel quite like hemmed in here.
Yeah, nobody was on their phone. Everybody was.
Yeah, which was nice.
Yeah, if you want to stand up, actually. If you want to stand up? Yeah, if you want to just stand up. Whatever you guys feel like more comfortable with. You guys can put your stand up or sit. Up to you. Okay, sit. Then you move. I'm going to keep these mics here.
I know that I'm doing something on Monday this summer, but I think on Tuesday I might be at a World Youth Event just to think, but I'm not sure. I can check and get back to you. So we're doing this.
I think it'd be better to sit down and I could just ask you guys what you thought were the highlight, a little conversation.
I'll send them to switch the camera.
Yeah, why don't you guys could each have a mic like that, and you don't have to. And then maybe I'll just use a handheld to ask you your. Sit up
She-
here.
I have this mic as well, if that's better.
Aha, that's nice. You can just put that over, yeah.
You
don't know.
Things. Oh, hi, there's us.
Hey, nice.
There we are in prayer.
There we are. So, we're going to do a summary of what happened in that really delicious group of intense exchangers. And so I've got Chris from Clear Environmental and Roz from Belfast Telegraph, just to share some of your, I'm curious, what were your takeaways from that session? Chris, do you want to start?
Sure, thank you. So it was a great discussion, and we had a lot of young climate activists from all over the world who were sharing out their work. And I think it was great because it was an intersection of people and media. So we were able to connect to reporters and people that work in media and kind of bring stories from the front lines as well. So it almost felt kind of like meta, because we were speaking on people in media, but we were bringing people in media together. I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that people felt there was a gap and that the media aren't doing their job very well. And people were talking about more local stories emerging, so more stories of people on the front line. And there was a lot of discussion about solutions journalism, so not only pointing out the problems and a lot of the climate change science, which can be really scary, but also the creative solutions and the innovative solutions that people are driving at the front lines, particularly in the African continent. So it was a really great discussion, and we also went on to talk a bit about less traditional forms of media like social media and how people are using social media and tools like Instagram and Twitter to be able to report effectively on the environment as well.
Now, you're a member of the media, Roz. So were there any points at which you totally agreed with them, with some of the comments? Or were there times when you felt, I'm not sure if this is on, yeah? Still on? Okay. Were there times when you felt, oh, more education is needed to know why that response isn't going to deliver the outcome they're looking for? I don't know if you had any reflections as a media person.
Yeah, I guess we were talking a bit about the difference between like big legacy media, which has got private funders and private donors and is sometimes linked to political parties, and then independent media, where journalists have a lot more freedom and agency to be able to comment on the issues that they'd like to. For example, if your articles are behind a paywall or you are dependent on the numbers of clicks or subscribers, it's actually really difficult then to get some stories past your editors. So particularly this idea of making the global local in countries like Ireland, a lot of the climate change stories are really just about things happening in Ireland, and obviously it's really important that we get this global perspective because the climate crisis is a global issue, but it means that you have to find a hook, and COP27 in some ways is a hook because it's an African COP, so a lot of the stories now are focused on what's happening here, but in general it's really difficult to try and get those stories into the papers, and there's a bit of conflict with editors and stuff. So I think kudos to all the journalists who do manage to do it because it isn't easy.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask both of you, maybe start with you, Chris. Was there one story that you heard today that you found particularly interesting and that gives you thought for maybe future collaboration or some other further action?
Well, there were a few parallel stories that I kept hearing about, and so Desmond Alunoa from Green Africa Youth Organization was speaking about his period poverty project, and then there was, I think, was that your, yeah, Chris was speaking about a similar project happening in Uganda. But I actually wanted to bring up an idea that someone put forth, and I'm not sure who actually said it, but talking about how every article that is written in media should have a call to action connected to it. Because I think so many articles are written and there's no direction coming from it, and the information that's being shared might not have an important aspect to it. So I think that puts more power towards writing and more power towards the media if they're directing people to a call to action.
How about you, Roz? Same question. Was there anything that you heard that particularly excited you, that you see potential for
Yeah, no, I
future?
was... Oh, is it working? No. Gone off. Oh, I was going to talk about that same point about call to action because I think it's really, really important because a lot of the time people set the scene, highlight the context and highlight the story, but it's really nice if there's even a link to a funding page or something which takes the reader or the viewer just like that step beyond. So yeah, it was that point that stood out for me.
Excellent. Well, I think we're going to declare this panel done. Thank you both so much for anchoring that discussion that was so rich for all of us. You're welcome. And we will be back at 1 o'clock for Sustainable Cities. We'll see you then.
And I hope that Greg feels better.
Good afternoon. That was a bit loud. Hi, I'm Christine Perringer, and I have the pleasure of being your facilitator for this afternoon as we embark on the second block of Open Space Learning Day. Here at the Capacity Building Hub, we showcase efforts to enhance climate action through that capacity lens, and we have a very exciting segment coming up to do with sustainable cities and capacity building. We are using an open space approach, and just in a nutshell, it's a way of having a conference or a meeting of a group of people in which, instead of having speakers and then a question and answer at the end, instead, those who would normally be considered in the audience also have an opportunity to propose a topic for discussion. And those discussions happen with that flavor of everybody has something important to contribute. So this session might be a little bit different than other sessions you've been attending so far. And I'm excited to note that there are even parts of the negotiations that are starting to move in this direction. I've been watching the technical dialogue of the Global Stocktake, and they've been using for their roundtables actual people gathering in the round and speaking without prepared statements, really exchanging. So it's going to be with that kind of flavor that we engage with each other for the next couple of hours. Now, we're using an adapted open space, which means the Paris Committee on Capacity Building has already done some careful work to choose amongst many, many possibilities a couple of initiatives that had particular what were a particular interest to them and they wanted to showcase. So that will be the case this afternoon. We've got the UN University Institute of Environment and Human Security is going to speak about transformative urban coalitions. And then before them, UNEP's Copenhagen Climate Center is going to be speaking to virtual capacity building for carbon neutral energy systems and cities. So we have those two sessions. But then there's the possibility, if you've got something that you want to talk about related to sustainable cities, I'll be asking, does anybody want to raise their hand? And if that's the case, you'll be invited to come up and just say a few words about your idea of what you want to discuss. Our partners will have longer time because they've prepared. And all you have to do that is be willing to anchor a conversation at a small table, and then people will come to you. And I'll give you where are they? Oh, yeah. I'll give you a Post-it note upon which we write your topic, and then people will know to go to your table to discuss that subject. So, are there any questions before we get started? No. Okay, so I'm going to, in a moment, pass things over to our speakers, and then after that, ask, are there any additional topics that somebody would like to anchor a discussion in regarding? Okay, so now I'd like to call on my colleague Jolyn to speak from the UNEP's Copenhagen Climate Center about capacity building and virtual platforms. Jolyn.
Thank you, Christina, and hello everyone. Yeah, my name is Jolyn. I come from UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. I am senior advisor, and then I also leading the technical team of building and district energy systems. So today, what I will going to present is the virtual capacity building platform. It is a platform based on the website and then we develop all this methodology, tools, training material based on our real project, implementing project in different countries, especially in in developing countries and emerging economics. And then we have a focus especially on cities for sustainable development. So basically these projects are mainly for SDG 7, 11, and 13, these 3 targets. So here I start. Should I try it here or? But what's happened? Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, oops. So, it doesn't move. It doesn't move. It doesn't move. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So actually, I have a very brief introduction. So what is the energy systems in cities? And then actually what we have been working on is to implement these district energy systems to solve heating and cooling loads, and then also based on sector coupling, and then to how to use different resources like geothermal, like natural source, energies to produce heating and cooling, and then through the pipeline transformation, and then supply it to the building energy systems. So actually, if you refer to 3 main key components, one is the source side, that is the heating and cooling production source. The second one is the pipeline, transforming this, and then the third one is the building energy efficiency or energy system itself, and then we consider this as a whole system, and then the aim is to increase the overall primary energy efficiency for this in the city level. Where now again? Okay. Yeah, so this is the idea, district energy system. First of all, they should use as much as local energy resources, and then this kind of resources, if you don't use it, and then you lose it or waste it. And then the second one actually is that they need to be cost effective and price competitive. And then the third one is that they should have higher energy efficiency than the traditional heating or cooling solutions. So here actually that is based on our project implementation experience, how to implement these projects. We consider the need to combine incentive policy, technology, and business models. In this say that we need to engage or provide training for the local experts, and then to let them understand at the very beginning of the project that how to design the project, how to identify the potential of the project. So here is basically the working flow. Actually, we're working on the national level, city level, and pilot project level. And then after we have the pilot project, we use potential, different kinds of business model or financial mechanism to scale up. And then actually the tool and methodology and material that we develop is mainly on the city level, which we consider is the most important actor for that. And then there's 3 steps to develop the project in the city level. So including the city level assessment, technical and eco fast analyze, and then finally pilot project. And then here actually is something that we no, continue. Okay, good. Yeah, so this is the project that we have been working on, and then we have different donors and then help us to implement projects in over 62 cities and in 25 developing countries, and then these countries and cities are becoming more and more and expanding now. So what we found the challenge are including, lack of local capacity building, especially in the developing countries. Actually, there's no limited expertise on this. And then when we try to identify the project, actually there's no data available or limited data available. And then the quality and quantity of the data cannot satisfy the evaluation. And then also these two things limited the how to design the investable or bankable, projects. And then also there's some requirement to bridge the gap between the regulation, national regulation and the city level. And then also how to give long-term support to local authorities. And then communication, awareness raising, and then finally, how to standardize all this so that everyone can use the same standard, for data collection, how to verify the data they know they're going to collect, and then how to use the data to do the verification and analyze. Next one. So here is some of the report. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Yes, and then next one. Yeah, so this is based on our implementation projects. Actually, we developed this knowledge management system, KMS. It is a website-based system, and we will host all the training material. For example, this is the district energy, but we have other components. Next one. And then this is the framework. I think that we will go through it more detail after we build up groups. And then these different kinds of results and the different kinds of models to fit different requests in the city level. Next one. And then here is currently we developed 5 country virtual knowledge center already. And then we will show you more detail during the discussion. Next one. And then this is an example that we do it for China. Next one. And then here actually is the project that we implemented in India, and then based on that we developed this specific training module for city engineer in India to implement smart energy systems. Next one. And then here that is the tools that we developed, and then these tools actually is a toolkit. The city engineer can use the toolkit not only to use it as a data collection platform so that they know what kind of data they need to connect and how big the data is, how detailed the data is, but also after that they can use this tool by inputting all the information, all the data in, and then we will give them the suggestions. And then also under these toolkits, actually building energy efficiency, district energy, and others. And then we have template of reports and then template of presentations, and then city engineer can directly use these templates or products of these fast rapid assessment tools, and then they can use it almost 1 hour or 2 to evaluate one project, and then after 1 day or 2, and then they can have this project evaluate rough analyze done, and then they can use the report directly to report to their boss or to present. And then based on that, I will stop here. And then there's a lot of more details. And then we can walk through the tools we developed, the website we developed. And then I'm looking forward to hearing your information in the context of your country. What is the need? And then what should include? What should not include? What should we do more in order to develop the online virtual capacity building platform? And hereby, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jolyn. I'd now like to call on Simone from the UN University Institute for Environment and Human Security. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I'm trying to bring it. Oh, perfect. You're doing it. Even better. Thank you so much. So, yes, exactly. You can put it on the big screen already if you want to. Awesome. I'm already starting. Thanks so much, Jolyn, for this super interesting first presentation. I think I'll touch upon a slightly different topic. However, it's all linked to the question of how do we build sustainable cities? What are the bits and pieces we need? And as was already mentioned, I'm coming from the UN University. My name is Simone Sandholz. I'm the head of section there working on urban futures and sustainability transformation. So you'll hear the word transformation a bit from me in the next minutes. But what we're really doing, what we want to do is to support cities and co-develop solutions where research, implementation, but also capacity sharing, capacity development are intrinsic parts where they're mutually like nurturing each other and not just being separate. And if you could move to the next slide. We're actually doing that also under the International Climate Initiative. Oh, I'm already talking. Can you move to the next slide? We're doing this under the International Climate Initiative in a quite large project together with our colleagues from the World Resources Institute, the IIED and IDA. So we're 4 partners overall, but we of course have a couple of local country teams working with us, which are the local teams of WI in Mexico and Brazil and IIED America Latina. And as said, it's funded by the International Climate Initiative, as we just saw that Jolan's projects are also partly. So we're grateful to this support. And we started looking at Latin American cities because it's a continent which is already highly urbanized. More than 80% of people are already living in cities, meaning we cannot win this fight against climate change. We cannot achieve climate change adaptation and mitigation goals without taking into consideration what is happening in cities. And then this project started off from the idea that we then also need to look at how to interlink the different bits and pieces. Yet another project on top of these multiple initiatives which are already there has not brought us all the way that we need to go. So right now we need to really speed up, we need to accelerate, and we need to link climate topics to other pressing issues in cities, particularly in cities which have a high level of vulnerable dwellers, which face issues of climate hazards, natural disasters, which are prone to climate change very much and which also have a lot of dwellers that are struggling with it, that are losing their livelihoods in these events, in the short and in the long run. So that's the reason behind why we've started forming coalitions. So the title of our project is Transformative Urban Coalitions, because we felt we need to pay more attention to what is happening on the ground. There's a lot of projects already going on with community empowerment. We believe we are going one step further. We really co-develop solutions with local dwellers in the 5 cities that you see indicated here in the 3 countries, and each has a very distinct urban reality. You just see a little bit there on the photo. So we are sometimes working with people in informal settlements, sometimes it's a social housing area, it can be a historic city center which has been partly abandoned and not refurbished. So all different realities, but they share that they can be found in many different cities. So what we're doing there will hopefully help us also to transfer it to other cities. So if you could go to the next slide, how are we actually doing that? So our approach is a bit unique in the sense that we start on the ground by building urban labs. I'm coming to that in a minute. So we really build coalitions on the ground. We form this space for interaction. A little bit like we're doing it today. We're just convening, bringing people together, and then provide them the space to share their knowledge, their ideas, their wishes, how they want to see their cities in the future, and to then co-design some ideas, some smaller initiatives, but they can spark further change and they can then also be accelerated to the city level. And that is supported by 5 different steps. Starting on the top right, we have a strong component on capacity building, capacity development. First, of course, we had to understand what are the pressing demands, and then we develop open source materials, which will be available soon, to support the cities, but then also beyond. We also felt we need to be a bit more inspiring. Very often, me coming from a university, what do? We publish papers. Who's reading these papers? Maybe only a couple of people who are from other universities, but not those people who should be addressed by it. So, and honestly, maybe academic papers are also not the most inspiring ones to read. So we have a strong art and film component in this project. If you take a look to your left, you see some bits and pieces of what we brought with us. This photo exhibition actually has been put together by our project. We just asked people around the world, what to you is a city you want? What to you is a desirable and sustainable city? And we yielded so many super rich photos and stories which were truly inspiring. And if you have a minute, you can take a look at it. We also have a film component where we do documentary films, starting from a global level, but also soon moving to the very local level to see stories that hopefully inspire change, that inspire people in these cities, but also beyond. So this art and film and a more artistic component we feel could be a way of creating new narratives, of addressing people and really touching them, so that it's not only something like super dry and theoretical. That goes very much hand in hand with the communication. We need to communicate better, and I'm saying that again from a researcher perspective. So this bridging between the different components and really reaching the right audiences, bringing the messages across to trigger some mindset shifts, to shift from we know we have a climate crisis to actual action, and to also know who else is suffering how, because maybe my neighbor living in the same city has a completely different reality, but together we can achieve something. So we try to provide these spaces in the cities, but we also have a research component to that where we analyze what kind of measures have been successful, how far. We're in the initial steps as the project started like last year, but we already have some very rich data collected, to then in the long run or in the midterm, in a couple of months, hopefully having the first results there to really know what kind of people, what kind of types of people can we address how. Because maybe I'm more relating to a certain narrative and someone else needs a different story to be told to achieve this common goal. So that already touched upon the fourth component, which is the very transformative research. So it's not research about people, it is research with people, which makes a true difference. It's not like us observing, taking away the data, publishing it, and no one benefits from it. It's doing it with the people. Of course, we do collect data, but it's being fed back into the whole process. And that again makes a whole difference because it also creates some ownership and hopefully in the long run also some change. But we also facilitate exchange between these cities. So we incentivize co-learning. We just brought together in the very first time, COVID didn't permit it yet, people from those 5 cities we're working with in one room. And they also visited one of these urban labs we are having. And it was truly rewarding just to see how many ideas were brought to the table, how they were already exchanging on, hey, how are you actually doing it? So it's not about bringing some information from a university, but also learning from between the cities and between different actor groups. And I know I've spoken enough about urban labs. If you could move to the next slide, please. That's exactly how we're doing it. So we're working in these 5 pilot cities where we form these actor coalitions across local people, local initiatives, civil society organizations, political actors from different sectors, and anyone who is willing to join us. So it's some open space, it's some open meetings, there's regular gatherings to co-develop and co-design, and to also think about what are the exact initiatives that city is needing at that time to drive the climate action, drive climate agenda, but always coupled with social change, with social justice questions, because we feel without addressing justice and equality for people living in these cities, there cannot be a long-term solution, there cannot be long-term sustainability. And well, that is also where we co-create, where we develop ideas, and also where we also observe, and where we hopefully change and shift mindsets to really steer and gear these cities towards transformation or sustainability transformation. And that's exactly what we brought now as questions for the discussion, because now I explained the concept. We already have some super nice first ideas or insights that it's actually working. If you could move to the next slide. Perfect, thanks. So number one to us still is this role of communication and art. Communication, art, film, any kind of artistic expression to trigger change in cities. How can we do this? And then maybe in a more long run, in a really very successful approach, are there any stories that you can share? We would be very interested in hearing about it, also your perspectives on what to use, what might work where, for which kind of groups. Maybe we need to do it with youth in a different way than with other actors, but it can be a truly inspiring way of disseminating messages, but also collaborating with different kinds of outputs. In the end, we're all visual, right? But so it's not only about paper and something written on paper. There can be other ways. And the second question, if you move to the next slide, please. And that, by the way, was how we assembled this whole exhibition. I should have said that. And the next one is, how can research contribute to urban transformation? So we are doing that in our project with a very transformative approach to research, which might not yet be a very common one. Very often universities might still sit in their ivory towers doing some research somewhere, also in a quite scattered approach. Which thesis is ever going out to the outside world? Does the information reach the right audiences? What are the formats that we need to do research in to pay attention, to really be attentive to this urgency to act in this climate crisis we are in? And that's particularly true for cities where you see a lot of research going on. You see a lot of, master theses, PhDs, research projects, which might work on certain bits and pieces. But how do we assemble this? How do we make sense of it? And yes, you can move to the next slide, because my time's up, I guess. And the third part is then, how do we capacitate each other, but also people living in these cities? How do we empower, not only around climate change, but also around other topics? Very often, urban realities and then people living in these cities, for instance, in an informal settlement, they might not want, or they might not need yet another problem to deal with. But the climate issue is very much linked to their reality, even if we don't see it in the short run. In the long run, we'll face even more severe problems. So how do we manage to weave it into actual learning and empowerment processes so that we can not only benefit sometime in the distant future when maybe it's not warming up that much, but already today, because it can, any kind of change, for instance, like planting trees, planting something, cannot only help us in the long run, cannot only help us mitigating flood impacts, but it helps us today already, because we could benefit from this greenery by agriculture, by some additional food supplies, by selling them, and by just making our cities more beautiful. So we need to pay attention to this, but how can we actually use it, and how can we also use this capacity sharing that is already there? And how can we take information from local communities also to other levels? Because that way also we can weave this into capacity building and sharing, and to, in the end, achieve this urban transformation. So those are the topics we brought, but we are also very much looking forward to potential other inputs. And that's, I think, a perfect segue, handing it back to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone and Jolene. Really stimulating opening discussions. So now, as promised, I'm going to ask those of us gathered here, is there an additional topic related to sustainable cities that you would like to anchor a conversation about? And all that would involve is by putting up your hand, coming up here, saying a few words about the topic you want to anchor a conversation regarding. And then, in a moment I'm going to do that. Just to let you know physically what's going to happen next, the capacity building platform, Jolin's presentation, that conversation will happen by the flip chart on the other side of those banks of chairs. And Simone's presentation about transformative coalitions will happen up here. So we're actually going to move the chairs. They're heavy, but they're two attached. And we just found this morning it works really well for actually having a conversation and a back and forth rather than being in classroom style. So, with that, I will now ask, is there anyone here who would like to anchor a conversation? And I see one hand. Would you like to come up and tell us what's...
Hello everyone, my name is Ruth Spencer. I'm from Antigua and Barbuda. I wear many hats, but I am chair of a Marine Ecosystem Protected Area Trust. Based on what the gentleman said, sorry I forgot your name, he mentioned he found in developing countries that there were lots of data gaps and like capacity building was low. But I've found out that if the local people are not fully included, you will find these gaps, because I live in Antigua and our government departments do not really know who exists in the local communities. We're doing the SDG reports and they'd have 3 NGOs. And I said to them, there were over 25 locally registered groups in the communities. Where were these people? They're the ones implementing projects. So it tells me, even in a small country like mine with 100,000 people, the government doesn't know what exists in the communities. So when you go to a ministry to ask what's available, they may not know. So you wouldn't know how to reach out to the people, because I work a lot on infrastructure development and I go to churches. We have to build a community system. We suffer from drought. And I'd ask who in the church is available, who has the expertise to help us draw the plans. And I'd get 2 or 3 hands go up, and they'd contribute that voluntarily. So I know resources, I know knowledge exists in the communities, but there are gaps with the government officers knowing what exists. So I came up here to basically say, if we could discuss the role of the local communities, local knowledge in this process, I think that will add to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Ruth, actually, can I just give you this? I've just written how to increase capacity in engaging local communities. So that's a sticky note, and if you could just go to one of those tables and stick it in the middle of the table and gather some chairs around, then that will be a place where people can gather. Is there anybody else who would like to suggest another topic for presentation? No. Okay. So now I will explain the open space principles again, in that the most important one is, if you are neither engaging, like speaking, or actively listening, then don't go to a group. So I know we are all following so many other things that are happening on the planet and in this space, but this is not the place to do that. If you need to do that, and we all have times when we need to, leave your group, go sit by yourself, and work on that. We want to have only people in groups who are really engaged. I can take my mask off. Really engaged. And if you find you're not engaged, then go to another group or do whatever you need to do elsewhere. Because we're not really often aware of it, but it's actually a drain on energy when someone is looking at a device or is there physically, but not with their head and their heart. We want head and heart engagement in these groups. Okay, so I'll just remind you, if you are interested in the topic of sustainable cities, coalitions, everybody's interested in sustainable cities, but here in transformative coalitions, you'll come up here. If you want to talk about the capacity building platform that Jolyn outlined, it's over there, and you'll go with Ruth at the back table with the post-it note if you want to talk about increasing the engagement of local communities and strategies towards that. Okay? And so just go to those places and stand first, and then survey your area, and then create a good space for the conversation that you are in, which will mean dragging the chairs. One tip, they drag forward a lot easier than they drag backward. Drag forward, make it messy, make it a nice conversation space, and then you'll have 1 hour. So we will be back at 10 to 3. Thank you.
Taste. Okay.
So I'd like to invite our two presenters at the beginning to come back up to the front. And if everybody else could gently wrap up your conversations and focus, and we'll just have a little bit of a reflection on what the conversations that just happened.
We are doing a real capacity building.
Physical capacity.
Yeah.
Hello. So this is especially for the people who are watching online, who haven't had the benefit of being in one of these very active groups. I'd just be curious for you to tell me, just in general, how was the experience just now of your small group?
We, in the end, all agreed it's an amazing experience because it just provides so much space where you can openly discuss, and it's a floating discussion, and whenever some new subtopic comes up, the group goes with it. So it's truly rewarding. So thanks for facilitating that, and thanks also to PCCB for doing this, because we started from the role of local knowledge a little bit, because that was also in your group, I know, but then we were this diverse group from people from Mozambique, Uganda, Italy, the Bahamas, the US, Portugal, Germany, that in the end shared the we were joined in this in agreement that we need new imaginaries of urban futures, and that we can learn from each other, and that we need much more south-south, but also south-north exchange, and some truly inspiring stories that we can follow.
Thanks for that, Simone. Jolyn, how about your group? You looked very intense, yes. All leaning forward.
Yes, actually, we have a lot of common interests in terms of how to integrate the carbon neutral targets for the cities, and then also actually they already highlight some of the topics that they are pretty looking at in their country. And then also, actually, we have the question, what kind of training they would like? Is hybrid or in-person training? And then also, actually, we discuss a lot of things like how to use the chance of capacity building to build up the project development pipeline. And then actually that is exactly, when I do the presentation, step 1, 2, 3, 4, and then how we see this pipeline, and then how we develop the methodology, the tools, to facilitate this pipeline. So this is something that I think that is one of the most important output. And then also the second one is that actually that is something that maybe we need to move forward in the future. Is like once the project is developed, or the technical assistance has kind of finalized, and then how to bring the project further for the financial support, which I don't have the tools ready there. But we have, like, as the KMS, the knowledge management system, we have other puzzles there which can bring them to the suitable business model to continue the development of the project with the financial support, and then how to implement the project. But this is beyond the topic we discussed today. But that's the the benefit of the KMS, and then we can bring in different kinds of resources. And then even we happen to know that there's a gentleman from let me see, from one of the African countries, and then he mentioned about the construction safety as well. And then how we solve that, and then how to use the training, or capacity buildings from the bottom to the up. Yeah. So actually that is something that actually we, like 7 years ago, we have this topic, and then we have the webinar, and then we have this, advocacy, training for that. And then so this is already in our KMS, and then we can link directly. So after the talk, actually we found a lot of interesting topics beyond the energy efficiency itself, but it's very good topics. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
so glad to hear.
Yeah.
Simone, is there a story that we just heard about, one that really popped for Jolyn? Did you hear anything that was new or stimulating, or that you want to share?
So I hope I'm now giving it in a correct way. We discussed about anxiety of change, and that did stick with me, that maybe sometimes we're just afraid of changing something because we don't know what would be the alternative, because we cannot imagine that. And there was this nice story from our participant from Uganda, where there was the idea of changing the urban transport system because it's all privatized and it's probably not as good as it is, and there's basically not really a public transport. But as long as you can't imagine what the alternative could be to this very individual transport, you don't dare to do it. So there again, examples from other countries that have done it and that are now better off might help a lot.
Well, and that's what I heard in your question that you mentioned about what is a sustainable city we want to live in. And I heard another project talk about what is a better life for us in the meeting of the 1.5 target. Like, how can it be better than what we have right now? Because there's this idea that it's deprivation. Because it's not the way we do things now, then it's going to be worse. Not necessarily.
Exactly.
Feeling in that space. Cool. Jolyn, one of the things that you were curious about was what countries you might go to next. Did you get any ideas on that? And maybe you don't want to share because you don't want to disappoint anybody, but was that fruitful for you?
Yeah, yes, actually we have been talking about, for the panelists we have, just now, and then actually we think we also touched upon, like, okay, what is the current difficulty for them to not only for knowledge sharing but also for develop the project, and then also there's a lot of needs for technical assistance. And then actually that is, I hope that I will receive the email or WhatsApp later, message later, so that we connect again, and then to discuss, that, okay, what kind of project they are looking at, real project they are looking at, and what kind of the technical needs they require, and then how we continue or take forward. But for sure, as UN environment, we have a very mandate, a very high priority for the global South countries, and then fortunately, all my participants are from global South, from African countries, from Caribbean countries, and then that is also our focus countries. So I believe that after this talk or conversation, and then it will lead to at least real capacity building, one, and then two is will lead to the project development in somehow, and then how we generate the project development, yeah. And then actually there are some of the gentlemen already joking, say this is the real capacity building that they are looking for already.
Oh, thank you. Okay, do you have a last comment, and especially for people who either were in the other group or who are watching online? Do you have another anything else that you would like to share, summarizing the experience of your conversation? And then we'll leave it at that.
I think we were a bit jealous that you stole the participant who suggested the role of local knowledge, because we were also discussing on that. And I think one key message that we figured out is that we need to see urban informality not as something to be afraid of. It's a part of the city. We will fail if we just try to aggressively make it somewhat formal, but we also need to see what are the informal ways of doing things, because it is an intrinsic part of the city, and if we don't recognize that, we won't achieve a better city.
Okay, thank you. And how about you, Jolyn? Is there anything else?
Yeah, true. Actually, when we say about capacity building, actually, in the past, it is one way to think about it. Like we think that what is the need in the country, but now actually we need to think the other way around. Actually, what is the country they think they need? Not we think they need. Yeah, and then also, like the madam mentioned, that we need to not only focus on the national level ministries. Maybe sometimes the ministry doesn't understand the city level real needs, and then we need to go down to the city, and then to get closer to the city, let's say, as an action taker, and then to know better what they really need. And then also, that's also my opinion, is that like all the capacity building we have, it is not just like based on studies on the table or report, and then we don't need it anymore, right? So we are aiming to really implement the project. We are aiming to really take real action on the project, and then we are aiming to put the project on the ground. And then I always believe seeing is believing. Once they see it, that is one of the best capacity building we have. So thank you.
Okay, well, I want to thank you both for preparing and then anchoring such fruitful conversations. So thank you to the UN University, Institute of Environment and Human Security, and to UNEP's Copenhagen Climate Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the organization. Thank you.
So we are now going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will be back at 4:15 for the third and final block of our Open Space Day. Look forward to talking to you then.
Anxiety
I'm going to explain the whole process and how it works, and we're just focused on content. Welcome back after that break. We've had a really rich day of dialogue here in the Open Space Learning Day at the Capacity Building Hub, and we're now moving into the final session. And here we're looking at capacity building tools for implementing the Paris Agreement, and we've got just a wonderful panel, all representing different mandated bodies. So we have the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, we've got the Adaptation Committee, and we've got the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, each sharing different resources and looking to you for feedback on them. Now, the way we're going to do this will be different from other COP events that you might have attended, in that this will not be talking heads and then a few questions. We're not doing that. Within open space, it's a process that actually got created when somebody noticed that the most interesting parts of conferences is what happens at the coffee break. And so then someone designed a whole process based on that principle. So in pure open space, we would not even have speakers here. We would only be saying what topics are of interest to you to discuss on that really important question of tools and applications for implementing the Paris Agreement. But the Paris Committee, but the Secretariat has done very careful work, and there was such interest in presenting at this day that they have done the hard work of choosing just a few projects and ideas to have formally presented, but only short. These presentations will be less than 10 minutes. And then we're going to ask, are there any other topics that you would like to discuss related to our theme of tools and applications for implementing the Paris Agreement? So please think about that as you listen to these presentations, which are more teasers or pitches for the session that they are going to present. And then those sessions will be in parallel at the same time in different corners of the room. And they won't feel like a session, they're going to feel like a conversation, because they're going to they all have questions that they are eager to get a multitude of responses to. So, without further ado, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Alejandro from the Secretariat, who's going to set a context for today, and then for this last section of today, and then invite the presenters to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine, and it's a pleasure to be here with you and have our distinguished colleagues from the AC, the LEG, and the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. Yes, as Christine mentioned, the title of this session is Capacity Building Tools and Applications for Implementing the Paris Agreement. The Paris Committee on Capacity Building, one of its key mandates is to identify and how to best address capacity needs and gaps for implementing the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And in order to fulfill this mandate, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building works very closely with other constituted bodies, including through this an informal coordination group that was recently established, where the participation of all the constituted bodies. And as Christine mentioned, in this session, we wanted to highlight relevant tools and applications being worked on by the Adaptation Committee and the LEG as an input for the discussions, and of course the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, to give you a flavor of what these bodies are doing, and also, as mentioned by Christine, get some feedback on how to better apply these tools. Once you have a tool, then how to best apply it, and also how to be able to collect more tools, more applications, which could be of use by different range of users. And I think the constituted bodies present here have done a lot of work on tools and applications, and they would greatly benefit from input from the audience. So we have 3 short presentations, starting with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, and then followed by the AC and LEG, and then we'll move to the stations as described by Christine. And I see we have 3 spaces already structured along the 3 constituted bodies or topics. So you have capacity building on one side, then you have, for example, what the LEG has been doing on training for aligning the Paris Agreement, and then the work of the Adaptation Committee. So very much looking forward to your engagement in these different works. So without further ado, I would like now then to start the presentations from the bodies, and I will start with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building with Mrs. Roberta Ayana, which was one of the co-chairs of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. So Roberta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Roberta Jan, as Alejandro said, from Italy, and one of the co-chair of the PCCB. I assume by now everyone is quite familiar to the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. It was established in 2015 with the mandate, as Alejandro already said, of addressing gaps and needs for implementing the Paris Agreement in terms of capacity building. And of course, capacity building tools and applications for implementing the Paris Agreement are a key element to our work and our mandate. COP25 and CMA2 requested the PCCB to continue its effort to gather and promote the development and dissemination of tools and methodologies for implementing capacity building activities under our second work plan from 2021 to 2024. So in response to this mandate, in the second half of 2021, we issued a call for submissions from parties and non-party stakeholders on existing tools and methodologies for implementing capacity building activities that enable countries to achieve long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. And we received 18 very good submissions from different stakeholders, which we synthesized in the first half of 2022, and we published the report on the website in June 2022. So you can find the link to the submissions we received and to the synthesis reports in the screen. And we also would like to point out that we disseminated relevant tools and resources that were shared through the submissions on the capacity building portal, and on the capacity building portal you will hear more later on by Alejandro. Let me just introduce briefly what kind of information and findings were compiled in the synthesis report. It contains information on characteristics of good tools and methodologies that enable countries to achieve long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. And this includes, for instance, training tools taking into account regional and contextual elements of those being trained or customizable, and tailor-made self-paced online training tools. It was noticed as a key characteristic the easy to understand the language used with these tools. Then you can also find in the report information on components of tools and methodologies for capacity building that have proven to be the most effective. And here, for example, participatory tools were highlighted as being the most effective ones, as well as, for example, integrated partnership with local communities or networking components more broadly. Third, the synthesis reports contain information on tools and methodologies to support the efficient design, implementation, and monitoring evaluation of meaningful capacity building intervention that are found to be lacking. Tools that were noted as being lacking, among others, include tools that measure long-term impact of capacity building interventions and tools for climate data collection and analysis. Finally, you can find information in the report on thematic areas of the Paris Agreement where new tools and methodologies are needed the most. And on this, the submissions, for example, mention different areas ranging from addressing gender responsiveness to GHG emissions to tools providing guidance for NDC trackings. And this is just to name a few of them. So we really invite you to explore further the report and download it from our website. On the next slide here, I also would like to introduce you to one of our latest technical outputs in the context of implementing the Paris Agreement, which is our PCCB toolkit to assess capacity gaps and needs to implement the Paris Agreement. The PCCB developed this toolkit to support the effort of countries to identify and address their capacity needs and gaps to meet the challenges of climate change. It was launched officially with a webinar earlier this year in March, and you can as well access the toolkit and its accompanying resources via the QR code that you can see here in the slide. The next slide provides, you can see in the slide, the toolkit provides an overview of a capacity assessment cycle, as well as complementary resources, including case studies, tool, best practices, and lessons learned. It aims to help the assessment process that enable countries to identify appropriate steps they can take to strengthen their national capacities and ultimately successfully implement their NDCs under the Paris Agreement. The toolkit is meant to serve as a resource for developing countries and for officials and their implementing partners in the assessment of relevant capacity needs and in the determination of gaps to implement the Paris Agreement objectives. And among others, it draws from the work of the UNDP, the GEF, the GCF, UCN, FAO, and other international and development cooperation organizations who are focused on supporting developing countries in the implementation of the Rio Conventions. The toolkit also includes examples of qualitative and qualitative tools to assist with capacity assessment, and specific case studies are included to demonstrate concrete links to the various assessment process that have been developed as part of the support provided by the constituted bodies of the UNFCCC, international development institutions, and other implementing organizations. And it also links to additional resources that may be accessed via the UNFCCC capacity building portal and other online resources to inspire countries to further work on capacity building. The next slide, the toolkit recommends a capacity assessment cycle across 5 stages, including inception, assessment, analysis, development and implementation, and monitoring and evaluation, and then outlines key steps under each of the 5 stages. Directly linked to the 5 stages of the capacity assessment cycle, the toolkit presents a total of 8 case studies from the countries shown on these slides that showcase initiatives to undergo capacity assessment relating to climate change. And I warmly invite you to explore and use this toolkit and help us to promote it further among interested stakeholders and practitioners in your network. We also are in the process currently of translating the toolkit in different UN languages with the great support of some of our key stakeholders and the PCCB network members. And those versions translated will be published in due course on the website. Now I would like to hand over to Alejandro Kilpatrick from the Capacity Building Subdivision at the UNFCCC Secretariat to quickly introduce the Capacity Building Portal, which is another great tool to support capacity building under the Paris Agreement, and which the PCCB is using extensively to share capacity building resources we came across in our work. Please, Alejandro.
Thank you very much, Roberta, and we wanted to include this presentation on the Capacity Building Portal because it's very relevant to the discussions here. We want to gather resources on best practices, case studies, lessons learned, etc. on capacity building, and the Capacity Building Portal is a platform, it's a tool that precisely does that, gathers and presents information on projects, tools, courses, and other resources that enhance or seek to enhance the capacity of developing countries. It is basically an interface that enables searching and filtering by topic and type of resource. For example, we have topics on adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, climate finance, and resources, which could be e-courses, podcasts, projects, etc. As of today, we have a number of over 350 resources organized in 11 topics and includes resources from both party and non-party stakeholders. For example, Roberta mentioned the PCCB toolkit. The toolkit itself is a document, but it has a web page that is connected to the Capacity Building Portal, and in that web page we include all resources relevant to assessing capacity buildings and gaps to maximize the impact of the resources made available through the toolkit. Here just a quick graph on the resource breakdown by theme, the 11 themes we have, and you can see a bit adaptation has the greatest number of resources, which is quite encouraging, and then on climate action as well. In terms of breakdown by types of resources, the greatest type is tools, precisely the topic we're discussing here. So there is a great interest of presenting tools and in sharing tools. So we go to the next slide. Please, just a quick reminder where you could have the Capacity Building Portal, and we're always looking for additional resources, and it's something that it would be interesting to discuss in the breakout groups, how to mine these resources, how to identify resources, tools, applications, and we're happy to collaborate and make sure those can be made available also in the Capacity Building Portal. So this is the end of the presentation on the Paris Committee on Capacity Building and other tools. So I now have the pleasure of inviting Alice Gaustad. Sorry if I hope I pronounced properly. No, apologies, from the Adaptation Committee. I'm very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. That was perfect. So I'm Alice. I work for the Norwegian Environment Agency, usually. And I'm also fortunate to be a member of the Adaptation Committee. I do have an outdoor voice, so I'm kind of worried about being too close. Sorry. Okay? Thank you. So the Adaptation Committee is very, very pleased to be part of this year's Capacity Building Hub. And we are looking forward to present 2 of our very, very recent products that hopefully will contribute to building the capacity in countries, especially to plan and implement adaptation, as well as to communicate adaptation needs and actions. So the first product I'm going to present to you is the publication which is named, this is a mouthful, Navigating the Landscape of Support for the Process to Formulate and Implement National Adaptation Plans. We just call it Navigating the Landscape for Support of NAPs. And the second one is a draft supplementary guidance for use, voluntary use by parties in communicating adaptation information. So let's start on the support for the NAPs. Slide 2, yes. This product was developed to assist adaptation practitioners and all other interested stakeholders in navigating the vast landscape there is of support that is available for adaptation, and particularly to formulate and implement national adaptation plans. So the product consists of a PDF file you can access, which is very good for the 50 plus, actually the 60 plus, so we can get it like this. This makes me happy. But there is also an online publication, which actually is easier to navigate in. And it's always also very handy because it's a lot easier to update. And there's where you come in and you can provide wishes for what you want us to update it with. This Navigating Landscape for Support for NAPs contain information on the available support in the following 6 categories that we can see on the screen. There are guidelines, there are information about systematic observation, science and climate services, information and knowledge, finance, capacity building and technical support, and support for technology development and technology transfer. So the next slide. So actually both the products, the PDF and the online tool answers questions like what kind of support is available within these categories, both under the UNFCCC, but not only under the UNFCCC, but also beyond, and which organizations and programs and arrangements provide for this support, and how can it be accessed and by whom. So this is slide 4. Next slide, please. Okay. Oh, it's not so easy to read. When you've read it, you will be expert in acronyms as well. So on this slide, you see the different categories of support and which organization and support arrangements are described under each of them. So in the inner circle, you see all those bodies and arrangements that provide support within the UNFCCC, while the outer circles, you find those organizations and arrangements that provide support for NAPs beyond the UNFCCC process. So this diagram is also the gateway to the online portal where you can hover over any of these entries and you will see a pop-up with a short description of the respective provider and of the support and a link for further information. So as mentioned, the Adaptation Committee plans to update this online tool regularly, and you are very much invited to have a look and provide feedbacks back to the Adaptation Committee so that we can continuously develop this tool so that it will be useful for you. So turning to the second product, which is the draft supplementary guidance for Adaptation Committee. Take a step back. In the Paris Agreement, there is a paragraph that says that each party should, as appropriate, submit and update periodically an adaptation communication, which may include its priorities, implementation, and support. And the CMA in Katowice requested the Adaptation Committee to develop further guidance for this adaptation communication. And the draft guidance provides an overview of the guidelines for ADCOMs and related arrangements, suggestions for applying the guidelines, and suggestions for benefiting from the links between adaptation communications and other adaptation-related reporting arrangements. So this adaptation communication, it can be a separate report, but it can also be a part of your NDC, for instance, because in your NDC, National Determined Contribution, you will probably say something about what you intend to do when it comes to adaptation. Your adaptation communication can also be a part of your national communication. It also has an adaptation chapter. It can also be a part of the enhanced transparency framework, the biannual transparency reports. This guideline that we have developed will explain sort of how you can accommodate your adaptation communication as part of these reports or as a single submissions. So the next slide. The guidance for the adaptation communication contains two parts. And part one answers questions such as what are the purposes and guiding principles behind the communication, what should a party consider when selecting whether to submit as a component or in conjunction with the reports that I mentioned, national communication, national determined contributions, and how will adaptation communications inform the global stocktake, and where are the outcomes recorded? There is a separate registry under the UNFCCC websites where you can find all the adaptation communications that have been submitted so far. I think it's around 40-ish, between 35 and 40 something. Yeah, quite close. Corinna is nodding. That's always a good sign. So next slide, please. Where possible, the guidance seeks to distill key information into graphics, and we really hope that these visualizations help parties and other stakeholders to better navigate the various decisions and considerations that inform the preparation of your adaptation communication. Next slide, the part two. Of the guidance answers questions such as how is each element reflected in arrangements of other reports that I mentioned and communications under the UNFCCC, how might parties take advantage of existing adaptation planning, reporting and communication efforts, because the intention is to reduce the reporting burdens of parties. And what existing resources can help facilitate the preparation of information on the elements of the adaptation communication. So, thank you very much for your attention, and I really look forward to discussing these products further with you in the discussion period, which is very soon. And please have a look at the projected websites where you access these products, and please get in touch and give feedback to the Adaptation Committee, not to the Adaptation Communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice, and then for that interesting presentation on the work of the Adaptation Committee. So I will now have the pleasure to give the floor to Gabriel Kebaka from the LEG. Please, Gabriel.
Thank you very much, and thanks to colleagues that have presented in front of me. Of course, I'm Gabriel Kebaka from Sierra Leone, and I'm a LEG member. We're presenting on our tool, which is the Paris Agreement Aligned Tool. Of course, for the LEG, we are happy to be here, and then for us to provide an overview and insight about the tools, of course, by the LEG. The leg is worth noting that the leg was established in 2001 with the mandate for us to provide support to the least developed countries, at least currently in the formulation of their NAPs, and also trying an implementation of the same NAP itself. And also, we also trying to provide guidance to them how they can get access to the GCF fund and also that of the GEF itself. So the tool I'll be presenting today basically is just a kind of a tool that has to help. The aim is to help the LDC countries and other parties for them to quickly navigate through the Paris Agreement and then also the convention itself. And as said by even some of my colleagues, also our tools also is in the form of a Word document and then can be accessed. So within a link, you can know what are the rules, of course, when it comes to now for the LDC country, how it relates to the others. Next slide, please. So as I said, one of the critical roles of the leg is basically us looking into the gaps and needs for the least developed countries, information of their national adaptation plans and the implementation of it. So most of the critical role, of course, at the leg, we try looking into the climate change scenario, the adaptation planning, the risk, and then even the effective measurement. So you can see a whole array of gaps and needs, of course, that the leg normally identify and then try to provide guidance for the LDC group. Next slide, please. So, of course, as I said in the outset, the clear objective for the Paris aligned tools developed by us is basically to introduce the Convention and the Paris Agreement with a focus on the opportunity and obligations and reporting requirements from the different parties, especially the LDC group. You can see from the objective, one of the clear ones you see, basically one of the key elements has to do with the Convention and then that of the Paris Agreement, and of course that focus on opportunity and obligations for, of course, the LDC group at least to know when and how to do most of those things. And then also trying to look into data and information requirements and understanding itself, and then also that has to do with the deliverables. And then also that has to do with the available technical and financial supports that's available for the LDC countries, and then for implementation of the convention, and then that of the Paris Agreement. And also as the objective for this to also seek to push into the actions for the LDCs that they need to deliver, especially the one that has to do with their obligations and requirements, things like the NAP and so. And also we try to look into the tools, try to look into the linkages, of course, and then to develop the strategies for coordinating works at the national level, and including access to support that has to do with technical, also financial support. And then also as an area of objective for this tool is basically developing a national implementation pathway, at least for the next 5 years, using this particular line to be developed. Next slide, please. So, of course, as I said, it's basically for the group to navigate through the convention and then that of the Paris Agreement. So, basically for the convention, we know that in addition to the requirements under the Paris Agreement, and countries must fulfill also their activities under the conventions that speaks to the greenhouse gas inventory, and also that speaks to mitigation and adaptation. You see that, for example, the greenhouse gas inventory report and then mitigation has also a component of adaptation. So that's it. Next slide, please. And the key elements, of course, within this tool basically has been projected in front of you. One is, we know for the Paris Agreement, has to do with the temperature goal. At least party can know, of course, the limits of the global rise to that of the close to be 1.5. And also the pre-2020 actions, which looks into encouraging actions between, of course, being completed already. And then also transparency, and also looking into the global stock take itself. And then under finance and then technology and capacity building, looking into enhanced finance. We all know that the developed world should provide the needed supports so that most of this LDC country can implement most of the actions, at least for them to adapt, and then enhance capacity, looking into for them to understand it, and then also that has to do with the technology itself. So mitigation and also voluntary cooperation, we all know is also a key element within the Paris Agreement. Of course, that has to do with all parties. They should prepare our national determined contribution, and it has to be ambitious. So the tool try to provide an insight around that, and also looking into adaptation and loss and damage. Loss and damage is now topical, trying to be a kind of a standalone element going forward. So these are just some key elements captured within this tool. Next slide, please. So the slide, the picture in front of you, you've seen basically is just showing around the range of issues that has to be addressed by LDC countries, the least developed countries under the UNFCCC processes, and then as well as other parties. And this one has significant widening over the years because functions gets widened over the years. And this includes, of course, the need for effective implementation of many elements of the Paris Agreement in addition to the existing responsibility under the convention. So you can see, for example, the outside layer just trying to look into the guiding principles, look into training, awareness, stakeholders, gender, and then look into the other one that has to flesh out and the reports on actions, that has to do adaptation communications, and also that has to do with national determined contribution itself. And then you see them going through the robust action that has to be taking place, and then also the processes that are being involved, and then the reports on the actions, and then some of the core of everything has to do with was the adaptation and then mitigation. So, and then countries should understand, for example, support mechanism, from either from the GEF and then the LDCF. So the tools provide that to them, and then also information around the intergovernmental processes. That is the COP, and then the negotiations, transparency, and global stocktake. I think we've already organized at least 2 sets of webinar, at least to take people through, even with some negotiators, and it was well appreciated. But all of these that have been shown here, some of them are optional, and then some of them are obligatory, and they capture different guidelines, and then with the different supports that have been necessary. Next slide, please. So quickly, basically to the next one, you can see that there are arrays of informations within the Paris Agreement and even the Convention. So informations on mitigations, on some basic informations, and then also means of implementation up to adaptation. But all of them also have some similarities, especially when you look into the NDC, the BURA, and then the NAP. So you can see, for example, let's take a case for the adaptation. So adaptation information, that the NAP has adaptation informations. Of course, even the outcome, adaptation communication has it, and then also national commission. So it's just like an array of elements, informations, and how they link. So at least when countries are preparing most of these documents, they know how they interrelate and then to align them. Next slide, please. So the one we're seeing now is basically on the climate change work at national level, of course, with the tools captured clearly. And because the primary actions to address climate change action basically is adaptations and then mitigation. And then in order for us to achieve this, each countries continuously must undertake most of these key steps. One step has to do with the development and implementation of mitigation and then adaptation. So you can see that you have to do your implementation processes, and there is a goal here, and setting your goal and your roadmap, speaking to even your measurements and then observations, assessments, planning your priorities, accessing finance itself, implementation, monitoring, and then also reporting. So these are something, of course, being captured within. Next slide, please. So fast forwarding, of course, to the conclusion, basically, here is just providing, currently we know that the timing for most of the requirements or activities under the convention and then the Paris Agreement is driven by availability and then the nature of supports. We all know that based on financial support or that of technical support, even for the NAP itself. Some countries have prepared and then submitted their NAPs, while others are still behind because they lack most of those supports to be provided. And also there are deadlines for the submission of these reports under the UNFCCC. So consequently, the climate change activities at the national level are undertaken in a fragmented stage with heavy implication on resources. So this one is basically providing an oversight to the countries to know which of these documents you think you need to provide at the same time. So you need that information can flow, can speak to themselves. You can see, for example, your first NAP, your first NDC, and it has to do with your LT and LIDS itself. So you see how it goes within the different time frame. Thinking, for instance, first starting under the processes itself. So process has to do with your research and systematic observation, whether it has to do with your education awareness, capacity building, on for your monitoring. and then look into the implementation of the climate action. We know the implementation has to do with your adaptation and then mitigation itself, and then also the framework of the strategies. What are the strategies, the NDC, the NAPS, within the different time frames. So this is just like a clear output at least so the countries can know how it speaks within. Next slide, please. So fast forwarding, for the tool also provide also an area, of course, people to understand parties around the supports, and then flexibility of provision for the LDC under the UNFCCC. I must confess that not all LDC countries or even parties understand the convention, and then also the Paris Agreement, to their fingertips so they know what to do. So the tool is going to provide at least that detail. So here, for example, and for support is that the LDC know that there are support provided by the leg for us to develop a kind of the LDC work program. And also there is a financial support from the LDCF, and also they are prioritizing, of course, LDC doing the JEF and then the adaptation funds. And also we are going to technical support from the leg itself, helping them to formulate the ANAP implementation and also cooperation. So also there are some flexibility basically in reporting. We know that for the Annex 1, most of the reporting happens to be obligatory, but for the LDC, some of these are flexible, and also even contribution to budget also is flexible. So at least it's good. So next slide, please, the last and final slide. So the last and final slide you've seen basically is at the end is just to provide to you an information on the work of the leg itself, and the area of support that we provide to the LDC country, which is of so-called captured within the Paris aligned tool. So one, we provide support to the LDC country, wherein we provide a work program for the LDC, and also support them for NAPAs, I think is already completed, and also providing support for them for, of course, in the preparation of and implementation of their NAPs, national action plans, how accessing finance, of course, how they can frame gender and then all that. So the modalities, normally how we do this is basically through, we do technical guidance and then supports to countries, and then technical guidance and then supplements are being provided also to these countries. And they also do kind of open up and then case study country by country to look into what they have been providing, and then our NAP Central and then the NAP tracking tool. So the NAP Central is, of course, we know it's a web base. You can go through and they can see an area of information. Even the tools is also being available there. And then also the NAP Expo. Normally, I think currently we conclude our recent NAP Expo in Botswana. Sharing of views and the presentation were made so at least people to understand. And then goes to the vision of the leg itself. Basically, is like each LDC should have their NAP. Never mind, some of them are behind. So we are working towards seeing that they have their NAP. So tracking their processes, and also to have a well-structured adaptation process itself that speaks to the national circumstance, their priorities and how they implement, and then how they could implement their JEF and others, and then they demonstrate result in adaptation. So the membership for the leg is good to know that we have about 5 members from the LDC parties from Africa. We have 2 from the Asia Pacific, 2 from small island states, and then 4 from developed country parties. And this is a mandate, of course, that we're following. So I think, Mr. Chairman, this is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, and Alice and Roberta, for those wonderful presentations. I think we saw three very different tools and applications based on specific thematic, like adaptation communications, on a specific stakeholder, LDCs, and more of a general assessment. So I think that shows the richness of tools and applications. And the ensuing discussions will allow everyone to contribute to how to make these tools be applied more efficiently. So with that, I'll hand it back to Christine. I think we're almost ready to the next part of this session.
Indeed. Thank you, Alejandro, and speakers. So now I'm going to ask you the question that I told you I would ask. And that is, after you've heard these 3 presentations that are going to be now small discussion groups in 3 corners of the room, is there a topic that you have that you are passionate about and upon which you are willing to anchor a conversation, which means go to one of the white tables. I will give you a Post-it note with your title on it that you will have told me, and that you will go there and see who might come to your session. So I'm now going to ask, is there anybody who has such a topic that they would like? And if so, then I'd invite you to come up here and just say a few words. You don't need to speak for 10 minutes. In fact, that wouldn't be helpful. But if you could just speak for a minute or so about who you are in your organization and the topic related to tools and applications for capacity building that you would like to have a conversation about. Are there any such offers? There we have one. If you could come up, sir, and
I am John Paul Bai. I'm from Sierra Leone, and I work for the Sierra Leone Land Alliance. My area of interest is the NDCs. And over the past couple of days, I've been visiting events around the NDCs. And I've realized that NGO engagement in the NDCs seems to be very much minimal. And that's more so worrying for countries like Sierra Leone, because the Paris Agreement talks about multi-stakeholders engagement. And I think one limb, the missing limb, is civil society. What was in it again is community-based organization, which I work with. So there is the need for civil society space in the review and updating of the NDCs, specifically across Africa, not only Sierra Leone, because I think what borders around any African countries would also be of concern to other countries in the continent. So this is an opportunity for me and for Africa in general, because the UNFCCC is far from Africa. And the advantage now for me to participate in this exercise, since this is an African Cup, I want to take this opportunity to the UNFCCC to provide space for NGOs in Africa to serve as a subsidiary in terms of what government does, the commitment that governments have undertaken in the Paris Agreement. How do that one be dovetailed from civil society perspective? Because when they come to international forum like this, the commitment back home, what operates back home, and when they come at this conference, maybe might be differ. And the civil society will be an added adjunct to providing more information into what is happening on the ground.
Thank you, John Paul. So I have written role of civil society in relation to NDCs, and that will be a topic on one of the tables. Now we want to move into conversation, but I just want to check, is there anybody else who was ready to raise their hand? No. Okay, so that means we are going to have 4 small groups, and then you can just see, it has happened several times today, if nobody comes from your group, then choose one of the groups that feels most closely aligned and just take your idea and add that to the list. And we've had groups combine. We never know what's going to happen. Okay, so now, in a moment, I'm going to ask everybody to stand up and move to the area that you are most interested in. We've got the Adaptation Committee up here, Paris Committee on Capacity Building there. Right in the middle of the room, we've got the PA Aligned subject with the Least Developed Countries expert group. And then on a table, maybe Maybe Jean-Paul, you could take this and stick it in the middle of the table that you want to go to. Good. And then when you get there, then rearrange the chairs. These red chairs, they're heavy, but they move. They're attached two at a time. They work better if you drag them forward rather than backwards, and make it work so that you have a good conversation space and you have 1 hour for the conversation. So I'd like to invite you all to come back to these seats as we... Oh, 2 more minutes? Okay. 2 more minutes as you wrap up. Hello. Now I have the thumbs up that we're going to come back to the main chairs. I'm glad such rich conversations have happened. I can tell by the hesitancy to break up the group. And just in part for us here, so we have a sense of completion and conclusion, and in part for the people who are watching all over the world. We are going to have a brief summary from each of the groups. It's not going to be a complete report of the whole conversation, but rather some important highlights. And I want to start with Leg. Do we have, is Jolyn? Oh, Gabriel, right. So Gabriel, and then Jean-Paul, are you still in the room? Oh, good. Do you want to come up and sit at the front, please? And then you can be part of the panel, and then we can move through. You can sit next to Gabriel there. And Alice, do you want to come up too? And perfect. And Alejandro will be speaking for the PCCB session. Okay. And with that, I'll pass it over to you, Gabriel. If you could just share some of your reflections on, just in general, first of all, about how it was to meet in this way, and then a little bit about some of the highlights that emerged for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, firstly, as a LEG member, we're happy for this event because at least we had a kind of a face-to-face discussion around our tools. And also we had to gather some, at least, feedback, at least to see what we can do going forward. So, in our sessions, I think the things that we really try to focus on is like how the tools, the P-aligned tool by the LEG should be applied more efficiently. And of which within the members, we start up with a kind of a quick feedback and then reflections on the presentations. And of course, we try just in a quick bullet to present to them the P-aligned tools. And then also, we for the feedback, one thing that came out clearly is the accessibility of the tools to the public. Of course, as was mentioned during the presentation that we've made to webinar, and of course with new negotiators and others. So what came out clearly is that there is need for us to increase the frequency of this training or webinar, at least so that the LDC countries can be more aware about the tools and then how they could use it so efficiently. So in doing so, I think one thing we're going to do is, one is to contact focal points from LDC countries so that at least they can have a multi-stakeholder involvement in most of these trainings, I think, going forward. And another one is that stand clearly is raising awareness of the tools. And I must confess that there is need for us to broaden the level of awareness around this tool within the LDC group. So thus, I think going forward is one stand clear is we need to advertise the tool to wider stakeholders, not only the LDC group, but also to even some organizations, because sometimes maybe some organizations want to provide support to LDC countries. So if you see the different obligations, what they're supposed to do, maybe they could provide support in those areas. And then with that, I think what we're going to do is maybe doing our workshops, because we normally provide support to the LDC country to writing workshop. We also make sure that we present these tools to them, and also maybe trying to contact a kind of the focal points for nomination of series of members. And I think for us to include that in one of our series of work plan for our leg within. And I think fast forward in the last one, I think has to do with because around the discussion was how impactful the tool has been, basically. And it's kind of difficult to quantify that in numbers, but honestly, we'll tell you that there had been at least some concrete reflection around this because it had increased the awareness and then understanding of the Paris Agreement and the convention by negotiators. I think from the two, webinar that we had, at least we can guarantee that, like, for the refresher people, for those that are just refreshing the negotiation, they can take like 2.5 hours to complete their training, while for the new ones, they can take a kind of a long time to complete, like 8 hours. And then finally, I think it's just as a way forward from our end, from all the discussion, the LEG members, I think we intend to organize this tool in a kind of an online tool to be user-friendly. That is, like, people can interact with the tool, go through a series of presentation, be it a video, just like you have the Coursera course, and then maybe they can answer some questions that follow, at least to see how impactful it will be. So I think in a summary, basically, at least the reflection, these are the reflection we get from, I think, our own group. And we're happy from the LEG group, at least, in making sure that we work along the strengthening the awareness and then in other programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. Jean-Paul, could you please share, give us a flavor of what happened in your group?
Our group, we are looking into the relations of NGOs in the nationally determined contributions. We believe as NGOs, we work with the people, and any policy issues must start with the engagement of the people rather than government, because we know we elect our governments, and most of the policies that comes, our government fails to actually engage the young, the women who are excluded into policy processes. So civil society role in the NDC must be very pivotal. Secondly, we believe there is need for UNFCCC to have a civil society monitoring on the NDCs across the world, because we believe our government normally don't go by what they say at international conferences. If there is a subsidiary wing which will constitute the NGOs to do a country-led reporting system as to how government's priorities are implemented at the national level, that will be very good. We believe there is capacity gap in terms of thematic issues that will stem out as priorities of governments. And because of that, there is need for NGOs capacity building in terms of training, research, and awareness raising, so that we build a consensus among NGOs to be able to capture government priorities and then put it into a framework. Of course, there is need for networking and information dissemination among NGOs at country level, more so on thematic issues, because we think government priorities are stemmed out of priority areas. And those areas, civil society that do engage in those areas, they need to be capacitated so that they know the issues. (2025) is just around the corner, so there is need to start now in terms of civil society engagement on the NDCs, taking into consideration research, awareness raising, and capacity building, because this will go in tandem with what government does at national level. So civil society also need to do that. Of course, capacity building will form the hub, and of which the UNFCCC capacity building wing will be very necessary to working with focal points on NGCs across the world, not only Africa, because we are hoping to establish a civil society wing on NDC in Sierra Leone. So we're hoping that other NGC wing in Africa and the world at large for civil society engagement on the NDC will be very key. Lastly, we believe the UNFCCC gives support to government, and alternately, we think NGOs that are working on the review and updating of the NDC, they too should have a budget. So that, there will not be any foul play because government have the resources. Civil society also must have resources on the NDC's engagement.
Thank you, Jean-Paul. And also thank you for taking a risk and putting your hand up. It's doing things differently, and I want to thank you for participating in this way. Alice, this adaptation committee session did not want to end, so please tell us about it.
It's okay now because we've just shared our email addresses and our telephone numbers, so we've already been family forever. So that was so interesting. And we talked about NGOs and civil society organizations a lot as well as indigenous people. So we talked a lot about local adaptation and the importance of communicating to people, especially at local level, and empowering people. And sometimes the national adaptations plans are not that suitable for local and perhaps especially indigenous people. And then we heard several examples of the Baka people of Cameroon. They understand what's happening with the climate because they live of nature and they live along with nature, and they see that things are changing, and it is important to communicate with those and to build a capacity and together find ways to adapt if possible, and that civil society organizations are often most suitable to do that because they know the communities. And they have sister organizations across the country, so they can share experiences and sort of multiply the efforts. And also they have cooperation both internationally, but also in neighboring countries. And also that these organizations learn from indigenous people because they are the guardians of nature. What more? We heard about several projects, Project Agroecology, and that the local communities, they trust civil society organizations because they know that they are there in their community. So it is very important to build capacity of civil society organizations, and then coming back to where we started with the adaptation communications that countries are submitting to the UNFCCC either through the national communications or NDCs or whatever. But these kind of local cooperation and initiatives and adaptation that is taking place might not be captured in those national adaptation communications. So we were talking about, okay, let's find some work for the adaptation committee. Sort of how is there something we can do to capture this? Can we do some kind of special reports so that, because the objective of the adaptation communications is to communicate needs that countries have, but also to communicate experiences and lessons learned so that we can share and get inspired by each other. So what can we do? So we have taken very good note, the Secretariat and me, so what can we do to make sure that these kind of experiences that might not be captured in the National Adaptation Communication can be used so that others can learn and be inspired. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. And you're getting clapping from your conversation mates, so I take that as a thumbs up. Alejandro, do you want to speak about what happened in the PCCB conversation?
Thank you so much, Christine. And on behalf of Roberta from the PCCB, she had to leave briefly, but I'm happy to provide a bit of a quick summary of the discussions we had on the PCCB's group. Maybe first to answer one of your questions, Christine, in terms of the modality and how it worked. I think it worked very well. I would label it as an opportunity for learning, but also for sharing information. Because, for example, and that's something that also Gabriel mentioned in terms of the level of awareness of the PCCB toolkit, for example, a lot of the participants were not aware of the existence of this toolkit, and let's be honest. And I think that's a very important finding. But they did recognize that there was this enthusiasm about knowing more about it and how it could be applied to their circumstances. So it's a very important point we take back with us in terms of how to better disseminate these tools. And how it can trickle down, because there was discussions about maybe the focal points of the convention know about the toolkit or they are aware about the work of the PCCB, but we had representatives from local governments, from civil society organizations that said, well, we're not aware. So maybe there's a role for increased outreach through the focal point system so that this trickles down to the local national level. That's on the one hand, but also using better existing outreach channels, for example, social media that we have in the PCCB, or the PCCB network, which has been mentioned a lot here, how the PCCB network itself can be a channel or a vehicle for disseminating these products, and also beefing up the products, because we also discussed about the importance of continue extracting these case studies, this lesson learned to fit into the toolkit and its resources. And that was also a discussion that the importance of ensuring that there is a mechanism for capturing these lessons learned, these case studies, what worked, but also what didn't work. For example, and the importance of having a mechanism like the toolkit that can retrieve these from the hidden boxes where these projects sometimes are, because these are project-based examples that maybe are published by the sponsor or the donor, but they remain in a very small circle. So the importance of someone being able to do the exercise of extracting these and putting them in instruments like a toolkit, like the PCCB's toolkits or other toolkits. Also, the importance of looking at the exchange of experience and how these spaces can be very useful for that. Just to give an example, I saw at the end of the discussion people coming up to each other, exchanging cards, talking more to each other. That in itself, I think, is very good, no? Because that's what these spaces provide. There was a lot of mention about specific thematics that the PCB could look more into its toolkit or next versions of it. For example, resources on capacity building for accessing finance. Again, either a subset of a toolkit, not to duplicate what's already there, because there's a lot of access in finance, but maybe also to compile, retrieve case practices, studies, how it has been done for the GCF or other sources of funding. That was one aspect. Agriculture, nature-based solution was a topic that participants raised, the importance of having more information about how to enhance capacities there. Also, I think the issue of indigenous knowledge came up very, very prominently, how how to enhance these needs. Also, academia, how can academia be supported? And I think that's a very important point in assessing and understanding capacity needs and gaps, and how we have been a lot of discussions within the PCB about the role of academia to ensure also country ownership and retention of capacities. The issue of country ownership came out prominently as well. Maybe just to finally mention that participants were eager to know more about these tools and to exchange with others, and see the toolkit, the PCCB toolkit, as an instrument that can really help their efforts, and also this exchange of experience. So I will stop here, but it's very similar conversations to the ones we heard from Gabriel and Alice on particularly the outreach dissemination. So I think very important lessons learned there for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Can we just have a round of applause for these partners? And for all the partners through the day. It looks just like people come and they just say a few words and then they host a group, and how hard can that be? Well, it is hard because it's identifying those people. We had many conversations to get ready, and then through this week, despite the bad Wi-Fi, trying to connect. So it's a real feat. And so thank you for all the effort that you have done, and all the partners throughout the day. Karina, you know who you are. And when I say we were meeting with the partners, I'm referring to me and my invisible partner, who you don't see here, who is Greg Walker. Greg Walker is also of Mediators Beyond Borders, a professor at Oregon State University. Greg has been at every PCB meeting since the beginning. He loves the PCCB and considers many of its members personal friends now, as well as he's deeply committed to the planet getting better at handling conflict, and that's a huge capacity that he has been a steady advocate for. Unfortunately, Greg is ill. He's in his hotel room. He's fine, but he couldn't be with us today. He didn't want to spread any germs. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. Now, in terms of, I really enjoyed the comments today because they very much align with my own observations, and I want to commend the PCCB for doing this very innovative thing. As far as we know, this is the first time that open space has been used within the UNFCCC context and dialogues, and it's our hope that it gets used more for the very reasons we've heard at the end of this panel and other panels earlier today. And that is, it builds connection and catalyzes action more than hearing a bunch of great ideas and then talking about it. There is something about a personal conversation and the links that get built, and then you've got you find people with similar interests, and all of a sudden things get created, and then things start to change in that direction of people with a shared interest. So again, thank you to the PCCB for inviting Mediators Beyond Borders International to be the lead partner. We thoroughly enjoyed the day. And I am saying we, Greg is watching from his hotel room, but Ruta and Jesse are colleagues from the International Climate Education Association. International Environmental Communications Association, no climate, environmental, that's right, have been welcoming people. Maybe you yourself are sitting here now because you had a conversation with one of these lovely women. So thank you very much for that. Now I'm going to pass things back to Alejandro for some upcoming news about the Hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. And yes, we wish Greg a speedy recovery. And he's a great fan and a great contributor to the PCCB, as long as with all the partners of this day. So our best wishes to him. So yeah, I have the task of wrapping up this day. So again, good evening, everyone. I hope everyone has had a good experience, participated in the discussions of the fourth day of the Capacity Building Hub. As you mentioned, we tried out a new modality for the Capacity Building Hub, the open space learning. Very happy. I think it turned out very well, and I think we'll be doing more of it in future hubs, and looking forward to engaging with our current and future partners. Today's open space deal really allowed for a wide variety of topics focused on capacity building to be covered. We heard during block one, we looked at people and media. Participants discussed two themes. Firstly, learning design from the front lines, which includes learning from people who are experiencing the worst parts of climate change, and building capacities to connect existing solutions with the people who need support. The second theme of this blog was on young climate reporters, looking at the responsibility of journalists in order to promote accurate media coverage without scaremongering their audiences, and as well as the need to build capacities for climate activists in media training. Block 2 looked at sustainable cities, looking at energy systems and transformative coalitions in cities for sustainable capacity building. And very encouraging to see that the outcomes of these discussions raised a variety of themes ranging from capacity building needs for project development pipelines to construction safety and improving existing projects. Participants also discussed a virtual capacity building platform, which I found extremely interesting, for carbon neutral energy systems in cities. These discussions indeed highlighted a general anxiety of change in society, where people are afraid of change because they cannot envisage what the future could look like. Something to really consider about this climate change paralysis, something sometimes we see. The third and final block looked at capacity building tools and applications for implementing the Paris Agreement, the one we just concluded. I think we got very good insights that were just summarized a couple of moments ago. Some promotional aspects. So on the PCCB and its networks, I want to really quickly recall what the Paris Committee on Capacity Building is and does. The committee was established at COP21 in 2015 and seeks to address current and emerging capacity gaps and needs in implementing and further enhancing capacity building in developing countries. To support this mission, the PCCB launched the PCCB network in 2020 as a voluntary association of interested stakeholders engaged in climate-related capacity building. The network now has over 300 participants, and if you're interested in joining, please just scan the QR code you will see in the banner there at the entrance of the room. And also a major product, as you know, is the Capacity Building Hub. This Capacity Building Hub, which regularly it takes place as a mandated event, an event mandated by parties, takes place every year at COP, this being the fourth installment. And we're very happy to see it become a real open space for exchange and interaction on capacity building. So if you want to learn more about both the PCCB network and the hub, please go to the banners and you can scan the QR codes and you'll have more information. So on that sense, I mean, we already heard a very nice overview of the outcomes by Christine. I don't know if you want to go dwell into more details or we should just provide. Okay. Thank you. So you provided indeed a great recap from your perspective. What's happening next? Today is a day off for everyone, but we will continue on Monday on the Capacity Building Hub into the second week with the Capacity Building Day on Oceans and Land, supported by our lead partner, IUCN, and then the fifth day to take place on Tuesday, which will focus on nature-based solution, something that has been discussed extensively today, so you're more than invited to join these two very important days, Oceans and Land Day and Nature-Based Solution. And yeah, just to conclude, once again, I'd like to thank today's lead organizer, Mediators Beyond Borders International. Thank you very much for your guidance and your very enthusiastic handling of the day. Really appreciate it. Again, thank you all for your great participation and the fruitful outcomes. And with this, I declare closed this 4th day of the Capacity Building Hub. Thank you very much. And we will be continuing with another reception here. So if please, if you can leave the room as soon as you can, so we can start the next event. Thank you very much.